and welcome to the Actual Tech Media MegaCast. My name is Jess, and I am excited to be here with you all today. But before we jump into our content, I have some basic information to cover with you. Let's kick off our day here today by taking a quick tour of your audience console. And we're going to start with the questions window. Now, if you haven't already said hi, there is a whole audience of cool humans out there, so reach out and give a wave to the other members of the Actual Tech Media community. Also, keep in mind that if you have any tech issues today, a browser refresh is going to fix just about anything. But if those tech gremlins are clinging on, no problem. Just throw a comment in the question section and our crew will be there to help. We also want this to be an informative webinar for you. So throughout today's MegaCast, we hope you'll get engaged and ask all of your burning questions. Not only will we have team members responding to you over live chat, we will also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of our presentations. And if we do not get to your question during the webinar, don't worry, because the awesome experts that we have here with us today will be following up with you after we wrap. All right, next up on our tour, there are going to be lots of cool aha moments in the MegaCast today, and if you want to share those with your community, we've made it nice and easy for you. You can use the Twitter button right there in your audience console, and the hashtag for today's MegaCast will automatically get added to your post. And our last stop on this guided tour, be sure to check out the handouts tab for some resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. We have an info pack collection of solution briefs, white papers, data sheets, free trials, ebooks, upcoming webinars, and more. So many great resources, so be sure to go explore. And if that wasn't enough fun, we also have some exciting prizes we will be giving away throughout the MegaCast today. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about those later on, but a few quick reminders for you all. You do need to be in attendance here live at the webinar in order to qualify to win a prize, and we will follow up with all winners after we wrap the MegaCast today. Now, all winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media, and all winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. Now, hey, if you're not sure what those are, no problem. You can find the full T's and C's in that handouts tab. Again, just click into the handouts section, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll find the full T's and C's waiting for you there. Now, the absolute most important thing to remember here today is that we love getting all your insightful questions during these live webinars. In fact, we love it so much that we have a special additional prize for all you inquisitive folks out there. In today's MegaCast, we will be giving away a prize for the best question asked in each of our sessions. Now, the expert speakers and teams will review all the questions asked after the webinar, which means that even if your question does not get read out in a live session, there is still a chance to win. If you are a lucky winner here today and would like to donate the value of your prize, we have several wonderful organizations that we partner with. So let us know when we follow up about winning, and we will get that rolling for you. Again, we are so happy to have you all here with us live at the MegaCast today, and we want to keep that good feeling going. So let's connect on social. Reach out and connect with Actual Tech Media on Twitter and LinkedIn. We have lots of great content, and we always want to hear from you. Now, if you're looking for more awesome content right away after we wrap, you want to jump right in, make sure that you subscribe to the Actual Tech Media channel on YouTube. Another fun way to win a prize and to grow this awesome community is to refer an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. Now, you're going to find a link to do that right there in that handouts tab, and you will also be automatically redirected after we wrap today. Now, both you and your coworker, your friend, could win a prize, and we actually hold those drawings every month. So be sure you refer somebody awesome before you head out today. It could quite literally be a win-win situation. Next, we have a cool opportunity for the decision makers out there to get connected with new and emerging tech and innovative vendors. Here's how it works. All you need to do is click on the link in your handouts tab and fill out the application. Then the Actual Tech crew will match you with some vendors that we think you should be chatting with based on your needs. There will also be fun opportunities that you can choose to join in, like surveys or test running new solutions, extended demos, and so on. You'll get some chances to win extra prizes, you'll chat with great people, and you will learn about the hottest new trends in tech. So be sure to apply, or hey, send that link to a decision maker in your team. Now, I want to take a quick minute here to remind you about one of my favorite resources, and that is ransomware.org. You can find everything you need to know about ransomware, how to prepare, how to prevent and recover. The site is jam-packed with information, helpful tips, checklists, strategic approaches, case studies, everything you need in one place. So wherever you are in your ransomware preparedness journey, there is something for you at ransomware.org. So go check it out and start exploring. All right, I have one more exciting resource I have to tell you about today, and that is the Gorilla Guide Book Club. It's going to give you access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts, so you can stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books are going to work on your Kindle, your mobile device, and they are completely free, super easy. You can download these awesome resources at gorilla.guide, and there's a link for you in the handouts tab as well. Okay, well, we've covered a lot of important things already, and I don't know about you all, but I am excited to dive in. So let's get rolling.
Hello and welcome, everybody. This is going to be shaping up to be an epic MegaCast here today, as we have not one, not two, but 10 incredible presenting teams here to explore the topic, building your ransomware preparedness plan. Every organization, big or small, is facing an exponential need for securing their technology, their data, and their people. Ransomware attacks, data breaches, and increasingly more creative bad actors are making it so we can't simply hope that we won't suffer an attack. We need to be proactive and ever evolving in our approach to security. You don't want to get caught off guard. Trust me. That is why you need a ransomware preparedness plan. However, do not fret. Today, we will be diving deep down the rabbit hole of all things ransomware, and you will leave equipped with the tools to take this challenge head on. I'm thrilled to have, as I said, not one, not two, but 10 teams presenting today. We have top experts in the field of ransomware from TierPoint, Zscaler, KnowBe4, Rapid7, NetWitness, Rubrik, Cloudian, Pure Storage, Zerto, a Hewlett-Packard enterprise company, and Lacework. Whew. All of that in addition to our talented keynote speaker, Melissa Palmer, who is going to get us started today shortly. I know you are all ready and pumped to begin, and we have a boatload of information to cover today, so we will get things rolling here with just a last few little bits of info and then get our speakers on out here with us. So very quickly, once again, my name is Mackenzie Puddesy, and I am a moderator here at Actual Tech Media, and my friends and fellow moderators, Jess Steinbach, Scott Becker, and Keith Ward are here with us on live chat today. And I have Jess in the wings to help interview some of our teams a little bit later on in the MegaCast. And in more exciting news, prizes. Woo! And I do mean prizes. Today on the MegaCast, you could win one of 5 Apple iPad Airs, and we'll be giving away a $300 Amazon gift card every 30 minutes during today's event. A reminder that you must be present and live with us at the MegaCast to win. And as mentioned in the housekeeping chat this morning, you can find the full T's and C's linked in the handouts tab if you have any questions about that. Plus, each session will have a $50 gift card for the best question asked. So make sure you are sending in your questions and be active in the chat today. I do see quite a lot of wonderful hellos, how are yous already coming in, but please do send that energy around to your fellow attendees. And if you haven't already, say hi, hello, howdy, hola, aloha, bonjour, or a greeting of your choice. You may need to expand the questions and handouts window if you're not seeing it there, but essentially you should have that in your slides window ready to rock. So zoom out and then we'll zoom in. And with that, I think we're pretty much good to go. So I'm excited to introduce our keynote speaker, Melissa Palmer. She is a technology analyst and VMware certified design expert. If you've been on a MegaCast before, you've likely heard her, but we've got this amazing keynote to get things started in a storytelling style. So Melissa, why don't you kick things off for us today?
Thanks so much, Actual Tech Media team. I am so excited to welcome you to Building Your Ransomware Preparedness Plan today. We have a great lineup of speakers from so many amazing companies today to help you get ready for ransomware. I'm glad to be here with you today because this is one of my favorite topics to talk about. Unfortunately, in today's climate, it's a case of when you're going to face a ransomware attack, not if. So today I want to take a little time before we get started to really set the stage and briefly walk through what a ransomware attack could look like. Notice I said could. There's so many different ways it can unfold, and unfortunately, we don't know how it's going to happen until it does. This is why having a ransomware preparedness plan is just so very important. So let's start by going through a little scenario together. Let's pretend for a moment that I'm a Windows admin. I come to work one day, it's just like any other day, and I have a bunch of stuff I have to do. So I go try to log into a server and I start using it, and it just doesn't work. So I reboot it and nothing works. I'm clicking on stuff, I'm clicking on icons on the desktop, nothing's loading, I don't know what to do. So I go and I do the same thing with another server. I log in, nothing's working, I reboot, and this just kind of keeps happening. So I've probably spent 10, 15 minutes just wondering if I'm doing something silly or whatever. And then finally, I'm going to go to one of my colleagues and I'm going to say, hey, have you logged into any of the servers today? They say no. So they do the same thing and nothing's working. So first of all, we've taken a while to figure out what's going on. And eventually I'm logging into a server again. I notice a text file on the desktop. So I open up this text file and it's actually a ransom note. Somebody has gotten in here and they left this file on the desktop, and it's a ransom note saying they want a bunch of Bitcoins to some address, and we're done for. And this is kind of adding up because I've talked to my colleagues on my team and no one can do anything. So eventually I call somebody on the security team and they told me, okay, yeah, we'll take a look and call back and let you know what's going on. Okay. So here's the first thing that was really shocking to me, because I was expecting some Hollywood ransomware, big red screen with sirens and all this stuff. And just nothing's working right. So maybe this has been half an hour, 45 minutes since I tried to log in today. Now here's the problem. My phone is starting to ring and people are saying, hey, this isn't working and that's not working, that's not working. And my colleagues are getting calls and basically nothing's really working. So I know the security team said to call me back, but I gotta call one of these guys and say, hey, do you know what's going on here? Because my phone is ringing off the hook and everybody's kind of freaking out. So what am I supposed to do? And they kind of say, well, we're looking into it. We can't really tell you what to do yet. But I have to do something because everybody's yelling at me now, right? So I go and I talk to one of my colleagues on the backup team, because maybe, some of the critical applications aren't just working. Maybe we should just restore them and start over or something like that. So I walk over to his desk, or I call him on the phone or chat him on Teams, whatever we do this day. We open up Teams, call, Zoom, whatever. And we're looking at the backups for this application, and it turns out that the backups actually have been failing for the last couple months, and just no one actually noticed, and we're going to be in a lot of trouble. Now, obviously, this organization was not prepared for a ransomware attack at all. So now I want to go through a couple of things that maybe they could have done better to be a little bit more prepared, because that kind of scenario happens every single day, and it is definitely not what we want to happen in our environments. Now, first of all, we should have been monitoring our systems. We should have known about this ransomware attack as soon as it started so we could take steps to minimize the damage. It shouldn't have been a matter of someone trying to work one day and figuring out themselves, right? We need tools and monitoring and process to alert us to when things are happening in our environment that they should have been. Now, we were very focused on encryption because our servers weren't working, but what about data exfiltration? What about when the threat actors come in and actually steal our data? Little did this organization know that their data was stolen too, but they had no way to actually know that until their threat actor said, hey, by the way, we have a bunch of your stuff too, and we encrypted all your servers. Now give us the Bitcoin and maybe you can recover. Now, next is that we should have had a plan in place for incident response. Immediately, we should have had key stakeholders across teams working on figuring out what was happening and how we could get ourselves back online. There should never, ever be a question on what to do if ransomware is suspected in an environment from anybody who works in the IT teams, right? We should know that, okay, the first call is to the security team and they're going to put together the SWAT team and we're all going to get together and start solving this problem. It shouldn't be a question of, well, what do I do next? Am I recovering? Am I waiting? What am I doing? None of that should happen, and that should all be ironed out ahead of time. We should have a plan in place to tell us the steps we take when we suspect ransomware in our environment. Now, let's kind of skip ahead to say that maybe they did have a plan in place and they did do some incident response. Now they knew what the threat was. They had contained the threat. Though with the organization that I kind of invented here, chances are they had no idea what was going on. But in an ideal world, we would figure out what the threat is, we would contain the threat, and then we can begin our recovery operations. So when it's okay to recover after we've all decided that the threat has kind of immediately ended. It should never be a question of how to recover, what do I start with, what's going to happen. We should have tested our recovery processes, because if we had tested recovery processes, we would have known that the backups were failing. So if I have no backups for 3 to 6 months, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble, right? So another reason that we actually want to test these plans, especially the recovery plans, is that if there are issues, we will find them before the ransomware actually hits. So if we find the issues ahead of time, we can fix them before there's a problem. I like to say there's no such thing as a failed recovery test as long as you've taken action to fix the problems in the future, right? A recovery test is the best thing you can do in your environment to make sure you're ready for ransomware. Now, okay, so we've gone through all those things, but we really didn't talk about the people element, right? We need to make sure that we're doing things every single day to reduce the threat of a ransomware attack. Now, one thing is to train our users to make sure they're protecting themselves and not clicking on that fishy link in the email, right? The other thing is making sure the software in our environment is up to date to protect against vulnerabilities that can be exploited by threat actors. That's another component, right? Those are the two major ways that threat actors are going to get into our environments, through our people and through our software. Now, there's a lot of facets to a ransomware preparedness plan. We just kind of touch on a couple today, and it might be slightly different for each and every organization. I hope you have a better idea of what might have happened in a ransomware attack if you haven't had one yourself yet. And if you haven't, that's great, because you're in the best place ever to get ready and put together that plan so you know that you can beat ransomware. We're about to hear from an amazing lineup of speakers to help us solve all of these problems and more. Get ready to be empowered to build the ultimate ransomware preparedness plan. I'm so excited to get started, so back to you, Actual Tech Media team.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, Melissa. That was great. I love this storytelling style of, how a ransomware attack really does play out. It's not always this sensationalized idea of what we see in the films or the movies. It can really be kind of boring at first. What's going on? My system's not working. So thank you for setting the stage. If any of you haven't already noticed, there's a poll up here. And this is really a test to make sure you're awake and live and enthusiastic out there. So the poll is, what is your time frame for adding new or updating your existing IT solutions at your company? Obviously, not everyone knows, maybe you're still figuring that out and that's why you're here today. Others might be looking for some immediate action, need to do some new things, implement some new technologies, or maybe you've got a little bit of lead time. So please do fill that out. And with that, I think we are ready to welcome our first team in today's star-studded MegaCast. It is my pleasure to introduce you to our first expert presenting duo. And I believe this dynamic duo has indeed been on a MegaCast before. So excited to have the team from TierPoint back in the house. We have both Amy Fultonberg and Ed Mahoney. Amy is going to be asking Ed a series of questions around ransomware. He is the Director of Security Product Management at TierPoint. And between the two of them, we're going to have a really great conversation. After those questions, I'm going to also hop on for Q&A and be posing your questions from the audience to Ed. So quick reminder, there is a $50 Best Question gift card up for grabs, and any and all questions are welcome. But of course, the more thoughtful the question, the better. So please do send in great questions based on the presentation. And with that, Amy, Ed, I'm going to kick things over to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amy Fultonberg, and I'm thrilled to introduce my colleague, Ed Mahoney. Over the next 20 minutes, we're going to dive into the latest developments in the cybersecurity landscape and explore strategies to enhance the protection of your digital environment. So without further ado, Ed, let's kick things off.
Thank you, Amy. I'm the TierPoint Product Director for Managed Security, and most of my career has been in security services. I've written a couple of tech thrillers on cyber war that you can find on Amazon Books, and I wrote the first book, Cyber War 1, in 2016 on ransomware, so I'm excited to talk about this topic.
Thrillers, wow, great. Okay, so before Ed and I dig deep into the intricacies of cybersecurity and ransomware, A quick word about TierPoint. We are a leader in cloud, data center, and managed services with 40 data centers across the US. Our expertise lies in creating IT solutions, including cybersecurity, that align with business goals through a cloud and tech agnostic approach. We have a dedicated team of over 800 professionals, and we excel in hybrid cloud and IT. Our comprehensive services include managed public, multi-tenant, and private cloud, co-location, disaster recovery, and managed security, all supported by our expert consulting team. So Ed, let's start talking about what this ransomware beast looks like. Let's start with this question. What's the key aspect organizations must grasp about the evolving ransomware threat landscape?
That's a good place to start. I noticed ransomware trending in 2015. I wrote the book on it in 2016, and since that time, it's become the top threat alongside DDoS. The first known ransomware dates back to 1989. The AIDS Trojan was developed by a man claiming to raise money for AIDS research. Best intentions. It was hard to cover your tracks back then, so he was eventually arrested, although deemed unfit to stand trial. Now, ransomware is a thriving global industry. It's the most insidious malware because of its complete disregard for the human condition. Hospitals and healthcare providers are favorite targets, is in the tens of billions, trending to the hundreds of billions by the end of this decade. I see a broader term used now to capture these kind of attacks, cyber extortion, where ransomware is a specific type of cyber extortion. Ransomware is an attack against the availability of our data, just like DDoS is an attack against system availability. Exposure is trending because many enterprises have a good recovery plan in place and don't pay the ransom. So now threat actors look to exfiltrate the data and threaten to make it public. Then there's modification, so the integrity of the data is at risk. Those three types of cyber extortion fully attack the CIA triad, right? Exposure threatens confidentiality, modification attacks integrity, and encrypting the data threatens availability. There's a fourth aspect termed faux or false, where either by design or just bad programming, the attack deletes the data, which is another type of attack against availability. Then the frequency in attacks is trending toward massive growth. And I think the increasing frequency is dramatic enough that it's as relevant as the other attack trends.
Wow. Considering the surge in ransomware attacks, what key elements form a holistic strategy for businesses to continuously enhance cyber resilience?
Yeah, I like how you worded that, holistic and continuous. That a comprehensive plan and encompassing the protection, response, and recovery phases is essential. Then immediate containment of ransomware is crucial to prevent further propagation and data exfiltration. Response involves evaluating affected systems, potential payment options, and then initiating recovery plans. With the attack contained, you'll begin your investigation. You'll follow guidelines there, if not actual laws specific to your industry. An interesting step is negotiation. Some ransomware threat actors operate a support desk to help you understand how to use their decryption tools or to use Bitcoin. It's not uncommon for them to negotiate a lower ransom, which leads to the payment aspect. Law enforcement will advise you to not pay, and the numbers support that response because most ransomware attacks result in the loss of some data. And of course, pain promotes continued attacks, right? So you should be prepared, though, to be able to pay. Recovery is your ultimate goal. You'll either recover from your backup or you'll recover using tools, sometimes called decryptors. And then you said continuous. The Colonial Pipeline attack a few years ago is a good example of your response just never ending. Colonial paid the ransom and used the decryptor tools from the attacker to recover their data. But sometime well after that, the FBI recovered a good portion of the ransom. Cryptocurrency is certainly partly responsible for the rise in ransomware attacks, but it's not infallible. The last steps are your preventative measures because cyber extortion might expose or modify or delete your data. Cover the fundamentals, have a plan, and know that you can recover. Then get in front of it with defense in depth, from anti-malware protection to XDR to proactive threat hunting.
Thanks, Ed. Wow. So, can you explain the typical stages of ransomware attacks and the tactics used by these cyber criminals in each of those phases?
Yeah, just the fact that there are phases speaks to the evolution of ransomware. There are specialized skills now for each phase of the attack, oftentimes by completely different organizations. The tactics of ransomware threat actors mirror what's known as the seven-step cyber kill chain: reconnaissance, weaponization, delivery, etc. Ransomware attacks start with delivery or entry, and that's most typically via phishing, or at least email. Over 90% of all breaches can be traced to email as being the initial attack vector. We say kill chain because each phase of each phase is an opportunity, rather, to kill the progress of an attack. A good email security and employee training program can thwart the entry phase. The next step is to expand. This phase is, stealthy persistence and expansion. There's an appraisal phase. Threat actors that have to understand the value of your data, so it might sell that access to yet another threat actor. Another step is all serial, but priming is preparing your network. If they're victimized, that they disable antivirus software and disable logging. Next, the attacker gains leverage by encrypting your data and perhaps exfiltrating it, which leads to the extortion phase. Again, this can be yet another threat actor. I wasn't joking earlier when I said this phase might involve a help desk to assist you in paying your ransom and recovering your data.
Wow, that's great information. So, Ed, given that 75% of organizations face ransomware attacks in last year, what key factors are driving the evolving threat landscape, and how can organizations best protect themselves?
Right. I shared the origin story of the first ransomware attack. Early ransomware relied on symmetrical keys and often attached those keys to the malware itself. That's evolved to asymmetric encryption, making it much less likely you'll be able to decrypt your data without paying. The advent of cryptocurrency has enabled threat actors to get paid. Crypto can be traced, but it can take a long time, and many threat actors operate in foreign countries without extradition laws. Another technology advancement, a little older, is onion routing. You can download a Tor browser where Tor, Tor, stands for the onion router. Tor will encrypt the source and destination of your data packets and only decrypt what's needed at each router so that logs won't expose the entire journey, protecting the source. By 2018, you began to see the cybercrime industry itself mature and begin to provide ransomware as a service. Exposure extortion is now prevalent. I talked about how insidious ransomware is. In 2017, a school district in Iowa had threatening notes emailed to the parents of students, threatening to kill the students. And they did release personal details of the children as part of carrying out that threat. The kids are all right, but by the way. So today, cybercrime is as sophisticated as any legal enterprise with ransomware as a service. But with that specialization, security analysts can track and publish attackers' tactics and techniques, allowing them to respond with measures to contain and kill the attack.
Wow, thanks for that insight. So, Ed, two-thirds of data breaches go unnoticed internally, often discovered by external partners or the supply chain. What challenges do organizations encounter internally to detect these ransomware attacks?
Sure. I'll explain what a supply chain attack is. You have business partners, and today those partners are likely somehow integrated into your data network so that if they're compromised, it leads to your network being compromised. And I work for a managed services provider. Inherently, an MSP possesses privileged access. For that reason, compliance frameworks contain guidelines specifically designed to help you evaluate and monitor MSPs or business partners, which you can use for any business partner. Those are good computing policies to follow. Specific detection capabilities, knowing that nothing is foolproof, For me, top of mind is multi-factor authentication. MFA, it's not infallible either, but it's normally pretty effective at controlling access. You can't monitor your business partner's systems, but you can control access. I think multi-factor authentication is one of the most proactive measures you can take. The other is XDR, extended detection and response, because that monitors and correlates security events across your enterprise, and its focus is on detection and response, including auto remediation.
Great. So, Ed, can you explain how ransomware infiltrates systems, focusing on the human element and the role of phishing in these attacks?
Right. I mentioned phishing earlier. I love how these attacks are portrayed in the movies where a hacker starts typing on the keyboard and within seconds they've gained access. It can take weeks and months because threat actors start with an email campaign and have to wait for an employee with sufficient admin privileges to click on a malicious link. I said email accounts for over 90% of the initial attack vectors of all breaches. That statistic comes from Mimecast, a leading email security vendor. So email security is good, and employee training, regular annual employee training addresses the human element. Phishing emails used to contain more typos than correctly spelled words. Now they're very well-crafted emails expressing this sense of urgency for you to respond to your company's CEO or HR or procurement team. Education and email security address the human element.
Wow, that's great information. So now let's explore NIST and zero trust architecture. Both are vital for strengthening cybersecurity against ransomware. But how do they work and what are their principles?
Well, what's wonderful about NIST is that their guidelines and checklists are freely available. Any organization can build a cybersecurity program by following NIST guidelines. There are many other frameworks like NIST. Follow the framework that's optimal for your industry, but know that NIST can serve as the basis for your plans and even procedures. Zero trust architecture, it's a framework of sorts too. It's a set of security design principles that describe best practices, much of which are focused on user access and data and application controls. Zero trust, it recognizes that with business partners supporting your supply chain or with your IT being outsourced to an MSP, your physical and network perimeter are largely exposed. Add controls around user and data and application access. There isn't one perfect zero trust security tool, but there are best practices around establishing user access rights and policies, so that you can discover breaches as quickly as possible so that you can insert responses into the kill chain.
Wow, that's very helpful. Thank you. So, Ed, I know consultative services and workshops are offered to assist customers in adopting those principles. Where do most customers typically begin?
That's correct. Most of my expertise lies in managed services, managed security services, but I would tell you that it's beneficial to leverage expert consultants to help establish both your long-term strategy and to implement tactical plans. While your staff is focused on their core activities, specific to dealing with ransomware. I'd start with an assessment to gain a sense of your security posture. How mature are you? Where are your gaps? Then I think the other key practice is establishing a strategy and leverage resources on a project basis to implement that strategy, staff augmentation, if you will. So use consulting up front for an assessment and to formulate strategy and staff augmentation if needed.
Great, thank you. And what ransomware services does SharePoint offer? And can you highlight some specific strategies for strengthening cyber resilience?
Um, yeah, yeah, I just spoke to ProServe capabilities, and I would consider starting there if you don't already have a strategy. I won't rank these in terms of importance or value because that's going to be based on your unique assessment and security posture. Email security protects against phishing, and as I said earlier, email is a top attack vector. We resell Mimecast. What I like about their product is that they have such a complete portfolio of protections where you just buy what you need. You don't have to buy Microsoft Office when all you need is Excel. Office 365, by the way, also includes a good deal of email security. Managed and virtual, but the focus right now for many enterprises is to implement an end-to-end endpoint security solution. Managed XDR offers detection and response across multiple types of endpoints. It contains a SIEM to correlate events across your enterprise, so it's holistic. It includes SOAR capabilities to automate notifications and orchestrate responses. XDR also helps to consolidate vendor point solutions, which simplifies security management. Complexity is not a friend of security. We offer more than that, of course, managed firewalls, managed DDoS, vulnerability scanning, but I'd highlight email security and XDR as perhaps our products most focused on detecting and responding to ransomware. And then our Clean IP multi-factor authentication is providing prevention of ransomware. And to be fair, there are good security features built into non-security products. Look for immutability as part of your data storage and data backup solutions.
Thank you. So before we close here, Ed, for our audience to move forward, what's the single most critical step organizations can take to bolster their data protection?
Well, and I hope I've emphasized this sufficiently already, but you start with a strategy and a plan. If you can do that in-house, good for you. Engaging skilled consultants, though, can help you if you don't have that. Then begin to address your gaps. An initial assessment identifies those gaps for you, and then you exercise your roadmap. Data recovery is considered a fundamental starting point, but as I've shared with you, data exposure and modification can add problems. So to the degree that you begin applying resources toward preventative measures, email security, XDR, and multi-factor authentication. As you mature, follow a well-known framework like NIST and implement those zero trust principles. And really follow all best practices. You might think of cybersecurity as its own discipline, and there are very specific, security skills and teams. But security is following the best practices of all of your IT disciplines. So focus both broad and deep, prioritize your budget, and focus on the gaps you identified through assessments. I wish I could tell you that it's easy. Ransomware is so dynamic. Artificial intelligence will help, but it's going to help both sides. So maintain awareness, a plan.
Great. Thanks so much, Ed. And with that, I'm going to bring it to a close. Thank you all for your time today and for listening in. Please feel free to reach out to us. Our contact information is available here. And for more details on our ransomware prevention strategies, we have a fact sheet posted in the webinar portal. Thank you again and have a great day.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Ed. Everyone out there, I have a poll up. So if you are looking for any additional information about the TierPoint solution, this is your chance to request exactly what you're looking for, be it a data sheet, technical white paper, personal demo. So do go fill that in. Let us know what you're looking for. And I've got Ed here to continue the good times. We had a boatload of questions come in, so I will say if your question today does not get answered on the live Q&A with Ed here in a second, do not fret. Ed might stick around and do a bit of chat with you directly, or the TierPoint team will follow up afterwards to make sure you get all of your questions answered today. And with that, Ed, are you ready to field a few questions with me here?
Yeah, I hope I am.
Okay. I know, keep you on your toes. So first question I have here is, how does TierPoint address spear phishing threats, ensuring protection against targeted email attacks?
Yeah, that's a good one. If you're C-level, you're probably uncomfortable with the notion of targeted attacks. Your driving strategy should always be to reduce your attack surface. The first focus is on limiting an attacker's ability to elevate system privileges. So it helps if your computing policy locks down admin access to just admins. All employees don't need admin access to their desktops. TierPoint will enforce your compute policies on managed services, on managed systems, but you need those policies. And then enforce multi-factor authentication on system admins because they're the ones that'll be targeted for their access rights. So look at multi-factor authentication for that. And then, I said this, but email security will address the largest threat vector. And if that's too pricey for you, know that you typically pay per seat. So you can limit the licenses to just C-levels and their administrative assistants to limit exposure of sensitive data, and also to anyone with privileged user accounts. And that's where you look at email security.
Okay, very nice, very nice. Okay, I have a question here about AI, and I like this question for you because you've written these thriller books. The question from Phil is, who do you feel AI will help the most, the good guys or the bad guys?
Oh, I hear that one a lot. I mean, I'm an optimist, but I see generative AI helping threat actors write their scripts for them, and just generally, helping with efficiencies by automating activities that were previously performed by humans. I see Gen AI doing the same thing to help security analysts automate detection and response activities. There's a lot there, though. It's been proposed to help train security analysts by generating synthetic data. It'll help suggest recommendations. It can facilitate threat hunting. I think both sides will ultimately benefit to be leaner and quicker in their operations. So just ensure you're looking at generative AI.
Yeah, yeah. And I feel like that'll be an emerging theme not only today but over the next year of the tool in which hands, how do we use it? So
yeah.
Okay, this one is, I'm uncomfortable that I don't know if I'm breaking the law by paying a ransom. Are there clear-cut laws or at least guidances? Is it better to pay? Is it better not to pay? What do we do?
Oh, yeah. It's almost three separate questions, but I'm not going to pretend to be a lawyer, so I'm not going to fully answer that question. I know that not paying is advised by law enforcement. I don't know of any approved laws. I have to believe there are some business entities that might have laws or guidelines regarding the topic. I've seen proposals for state laws, and I understand it to be an ethical concern. I know that it can be illegal to bribe vendors or customers to sign contracts, but this is different. Your customers might not be happy with you paying a foreign adversary. It's hard to predict how pain might be construed by your customers. I think the best logic that supports not paying is the fact that even when you do pay, and the threat actor legitimately tries to help you recover your data, their decryptors might be so poorly coded that you still lose a meaningful amount of data. There's that stat, less than 10% of all victims ever recover 100% of their data.
Oof, that's really not great.
No.
So on that similar theme, we've got a question here. What are the odds of being able to recover my data without paying the ransom?
Yeah, I see a couple of stats there, and it's really going to depend on your particular security posture. And but I can give you the overall numbers. I said only 10% ever recover 100%. Most companies recover half or less, so it's not a good story, and that's why preventative measures are important.
Okay. And someone here, maybe they're on the brink of giving up. They said, "Isn't it just better to buy cyber insurance and be done with it? Why use all of these tools?"
That makes me chuckle a little bit. You should consider cyber insurance, but no, that's just one part of your plan. Cyber insurance won't recover your data for you or keep your customers from leaving you. And they're likely going to require you to employ some specific security measures. I have seen insurance companies require that you implement MFA. So it's part of the plan.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. I think we have maybe 1 minute left, and I usually like to ask people to kind of, brag about themselves, give a little bit of a call out or call to action. But I have a question that ties in with this, and Adam is asking, how does TierPoint stay ahead of emerging ransomware tactics and techniques? So maybe you can answer that, but also leave the audience with some golden egg here.
Oh yeah, I'm in the commercial space, but I still follow my corporate, my CISO, and him and his team. They subscribe to all the relevant threat feeds. They actually participate in a number of government with a number of government entities. So they're out in front of it from a leadership level, and then that filters down to me and the products that I try to launch to protect customers.
Okay, excellent. And any final call to action?
Oh, we talked about getting out in front of it. If you need that help from professional services consulting, do it. If you got the budget, do it. But identify those gaps and work on that roadmap to implement them.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you so much. I am going to let you go, Ed, but lovely to have you on here, and I look forward to the next time we get to chat.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. I do know that a ton of your questions didn't get answered, but thank you so much for being active already. Great audience. And again, to your point, we'll be following up with you. So don't fret if you didn't get your specific question answered today. Also mentioned by Amy, there is a fact sheet. So if you haven't checked out our handouts tab quite yet, there's a handout from every single presenting team today. So grab them. They're either a PDF or URL link. So things like fact sheets, white papers, data briefs, ebooks. You're going to really want to take these resources and look them over after today's MegaCast. And this one is short and sweet. The ransomware protection summary from TierPoint is a nice 2-pager there with some links to get in touch and follow up with the team as well. And with that, I have our first prize to give away. This is a $300 Amazon gift card. Again, you do need to be present here and live at the MegaCast to win. And this first one goes out to Joseph Jules from Massachusetts. And Joseph, we will be in touch after the MegaCast about how to claim your prize. And with that, let's keep things moving along. Our next team that we'll have presenting today is Zscaler. And from Zscaler, we have Apurva Ravi Krishnan. She is the Senior Manager of Product Marketing. And not only will she be presenting and giving some information about some recent studies that Zscaler have conducted, but I'll be joining for Q&A just afterwards as well. So do send in your questions. And with that, Apurva, take it away.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Apurva Ravikrishnan, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Zscaler. Before we dive in, I had a quick question for all of you. What do you think is the best way to deal with ransomware? I know it's a bit of a loaded question for this session, but then, don't you think the best way to deal with it is to ensure that it never happens? Because it's easier said than done, though. There has been a marked increase in ransomware over these years, and improving the ransomware strategy has become of utmost importance for each and every organization and each and every security, IT, and networking personnel across the industries. And that's why I'm here to share some insights and best practices on what you could do to improve your ransomware strategy and proactively defend your organization. It's getting cheaper and easier for threat actors to launch a ransomware attack. I'm going to pause here to let that sink in for a second. There are a number of reasons for this happening, but I believe there are 3 key reasons why we're seeing this sort of increase in ransomware attacks while it's getting cheaper and easier for threat actors. Number 1, increasing digital footprint. If you looked at McKinsey's State of Organization report that released in 2023, it talks about how 90% of employees are now having this hybrid model of work. So they could be working from their home or their favorite cafe, or they could be working from an RV in the middle of an alpaca farm, for all you know. And they expect that right connectivity to exist in place. And this means the attack surface or the digital footprint has increased tremendously. And ransomware attackers take advantage of that. Now, there's also a marked increase in ransomware as a service model. This model, interestingly, involves two parties. One party executes the attack, and the other party provides the ransomware toolkits, access to data leak sites, even negotiation assistance in exchange for 70 to 80% of the profits. This model benefits both parties, enabling one party to conduct effective attacks without developing the tools themselves, while the other to expand their operations and profit. Ransomware as a service has led to an increase in both number and impact of attacks. Third one, AI has become business as usual now, but I need to have it there because it's getting more and more woven into the fabric of work life across the enterprise. And obviously, enterprises will incorporate AI into their cybersecurity strategy. But we all know AI is a double-edged sword. In fact, a recent survey by cybersecurity insiders found that nearly 71% of respondents in this related field believe that AI will make cyber attacks significantly more sophisticated. This is absolutely true. What's surprising to me is that only 71% felt that way. So things like polymorphic ransomware, for example, CryptoWall, which first came about in 2014 and still exists today, it will get even more notorious and better because it'll become AI powered. So ransomware will get more stealthy and because of the effectiveness of AI. On the other hand, it's getting more and more expensive for an organization to recover from one. Ransom amounts have increased due to the double extortion tactic, in which the threat actors steal the data and threaten to publish it unless the ransom is paid, resulting in higher payments. This has been a concerning development in recent years. Rather than encrypting the victim's files, attackers found that exfiltrating sensitive data as a leverage for extortion. This also presents new challenges for victims and security professionals because traditional methods of file recovery and decryption will not apply in this instance. And encryptionless extortion is one of the most notable changes over the last years. Some threat actors have sort of shifted away from the file extortion to stealing large amounts of data, which I just told you about. And there has been multiple victims that have had more than 20 terabytes, 24 terabytes of data extorted. So it's not just the monetary expenses. These attacks come at the expenses of an organization's brand, the trust people have on the brand, and horridly, some people's lives are getting affected because healthcare industries continue to be a target for ransomware attack threat actors, and they're applying more and more pressure to the victim organizations, whether it's calling up the victim directly, threatening to leak sensitive data, or whether it's to call the victim's customer. And in one special case a few months ago, a ransomware gang filed an SEC complaint over the victim's undisclosed breach. So what makes ransomware attacks so challenging to deal with? Ransomware is not just about technological evolvement. It's also about the people element. Phishing emails, exploiting vulnerabilities of trusted and legitimate websites. You might all have seen this news about a finance employee who was invited to a deep fake conference call with the chief financial officer, who was actually a deep fake by a threat actor. And unfortunately, the employee transferred over $25 million to a malicious actor's account. Now, while that was not a ransomware incident, the reason why I brought it up is because social engineering is going to get really tricky to manage with the evolvement of AI. The ransomware is also delivered over encrypted communication channels, which can't be detected by legacy controls. And importantly, threat actors have evolved to bypass traditional network-centric defenses. What's worse is that they use double extortion tactics that leverage stolen data increases the pressure to pay ransom even when the data recovery from the backup is possible. That public exposure of sensitive data being leaked has very real implications. And of course, attackers are getting more and more resourceful. They're using trusted cloud applications like Google Drive, Dropbox, etc. to bypass security measures, trick users at the end of the day, and effectively deliver malicious payloads. Now, in order to formulate an effective ransomware strategy, we need to decode how a typical ransomware attack follows. Now, this attack sequence may vary with different tactics and different type of ransomware attacks, but if you sort of average it out, if you will, these are the typical steps that usually happens in an attack sequence. There are different ways this discovery and delivery phase, which is the first phase, can happen. They can track your employees on social media or do IP fingerprinting and scanning. And let's say a threat actor decides to send out phishing emails to multiple users in the organization. And just one user falls for this attack, resulting in exploitation and installation of a payload. The compromised user's laptop is then connected to the corporate internet via VPN. The attacker would use this machine as a beachhead to discover the flat network that makes it easy for the threat actor to then perform privilege escalation, lateral propagation, and discover crown jewel applications. For example, if you look at the ransomware group Dark Angel, they use tools like Cobalt Strike, MegaCast, and in many cases, legitimate IT command line tools to perform this activity. And that's how they're able to evade EDR-based detection. This is also the phase where they start mapping out the network topology, identifying active hosts, and discovering open ports and services. They try to establish a network foothold by deploying the payload on all the discovered assets and then proceed to the data exfiltration stage. Large volume of data, and we're talking about 24 terabytes plus of data in some cases that gets exfiltrated from crown jewel systems. The attacker might use a 7-zip compressed archive and upload it over TLS to cloud SaaS applications such as MegaSync or something else. Once the data has been exfiltrated, the attacker can push the ransomware payload to the domain controller using that backdoor and then push it to all the assets, encrypting the data and bringing down the entire system. And we're starting to notice that they're using encrypted channels to evade detection across the kill chain. Now, to really stop a ransomware attack, you would need to think about it holistically. A holistic prevention strategy that sort of thwarts and prevents the steps the attackers would take at each step. So you would need to minimize your attack surface. You would need to prevent that initial compromise. You would need to prevent that lateral movement, and you would need to stop that data loss and malware delivery. And you need a holistic approach to do all of this. And ransomware protection requires a zero trust architecture. Let me spend a minute and explain why. If you look at the diagram on the left side, it must be very familiar to those folks who have been in the IT and networking space for a while now, because this is what we call a hub and spoke network, and it's been around for 30 plus years now, connecting to the cloud branches, factories, and all locations to a few data centers, and then securing them by building a perimeter of sorts and around this ever-growing network. And the operating model is that everything inside this perimeter is trusted and everything outside is not trusted. Not to put this architecture down because it's served us well in the past, but the problem is this architecture, this network and firewall-centric architecture itself has become a problem because the way it's set up, it's detrimental to ransomware protection. Because think about it. You extend your data center to every branch office, every factory, even to Azure and AWS. So once you get on the network in a branch office, you can move laterally and you can find the application you want. And the problem is the ransomware groups can do the same thing. Because if you remember the 4 stages of how a ransomware attack occurs, it's obvious that the network and firewall-centric architecture just cannot work. That's where the zero trust architecture comes in. And that's the architecture that Zscaler has pioneered. On the right side, you would see how Zscaler can leverage any network, and you basically have business policies that determine who can access what applications. The network then merely becomes the transport. It's more like a plumbing. So your users should never be trusted. Your applications would never be trusted. You should always assume breach scenarios, and the blast radius would be contained even in the worst case that one asset gets compromised. So some of the key things you can do to hide your external attack surface is to put it behind a solution like Zscaler's Zero Trust Exchange. Because the goal here is to reduce that information, all those assets that are then visible to the internet. And with Zscaler, your internal applications will completely go dark to the internet, minimizing your attack surface extensively. And the second part of the goal is to prevent compromise. Zscaler defends against malware, zero-day attacks, phishing attacks, ransomware obviously, but in addition to that, you should be implementing posture checks. You should enable MFAs, that is multi-factor authentication for all users, and perhaps use MFA with hardware keys and make sure that's phishing resistant. And finally, in this stage, I highly recommend that you inspect TLS traffic, because across the ransomware kill chain, right, you see malware, phishing pages delivered over TLS, CNC communication happening over TLS, stage 2 payloads being delivered over TLS, and your data being exfiltrated over TLS. So TLS inspection is the very important element. This is arguably a little bit important step 2, because you would need to enable user to app segmentation. You should know your mission critical applications, mission critical crown jewels. You should restrict access to these applications to only users who truly need it. Now, I know it's easier said than done. It sounds very simple, but I know how complicated it is. And that's where Zscaler gives that AI-powered policy recommendations. And the more we know about your organization and the policies, the better policy recommendations you can get. Now, an important thing to do is also identify high-risk user groups. The example I'm using here is the sales team, but it can be anything that's applicable to your organization. You should map out 4 or 5 applications this team needs, this high-risk user group needs, and they should have access to that. They should not access your environment with a star policy, meaning they should not have a policy set up to access any and all files. That should never happen. And even if your employees are working out of your branch office or out of your headquarters, you should be enforcing the same zero trust principles. This is very important because just because an employee is in office, they cannot be exempt from certain policies. That's key to prevent that lateral threat movement. And this is where Zscaler can help you again. And of course, you need to use advanced threat tactics like honeypots, with Zscaler's deception ITDR, because if you think about what we've been talking about, the attackers establish a stronghold with one compromised user and a slew of tools like Cobalt Strike or other IT tooling to scan the network. Now, by using threat prevention tools, attackers will certainly hit some of the decoys or honeypots you would have set up. And with Zscaler, we can automatically disable that user's access to the real application, and they will only be able to communicate with the decoy application. Meanwhile, your SOC team can then respond to that and perform the mitigative actions needed. Finally, an attacker should never ever be able to steal terabytes and terabytes of data. It's the most important aspect to improve data loss prevention posture to protect against ransomware. And again, this is so much easier said than done because DLP is not straightforward, is it? because every organization might have different data structures. Their IP, confidentiality of data might vary. The IP information of a healthcare industry might be very different to a IP information of a finance company. And the most important step here is also, again, to set up that TLS inspection, because without that, you're in the dark. Unless you block all the destinations, including things like Google Drive, where the threat actor can upload data, you won't be able to perform any kind of inspection. So use a DLP solution, like the one that Zscaler offers. You should be able to scan all the data inline and at rest as well. And obviously, everyone is after your data, whether it's a ransomware attack or an insider threat. So this is the most important step. To summarize, there are 5 things you could do to improve your ransomware preparedness plan. Number 1, adopt a zero trust architecture. Move away from that hub and spoke network. So that's very, very important. Many in the industry are starting to adopt this, but many haven't too, and that's the reason why you see a discrepancy in the industry sectors, which gets typically targeted for ransomware. Number 2, perform 100% TLS SSL inspection and implement multi-factor authentication. There is no escaping it. This is the crucial element. Number 3, user to app segmentation. Implementing zero trust architecture is one half of the story. The other is you need to do the user to app segmentation. Number 4, it's very, very important to restrict data transfer to unsanctioned and uncategorized destinations. You need to have DLP policies to prevent data uploads to these. This has especially become more and more important as AI tools are getting woven into the fabric of work life. So this becomes highly, highly crucial. And finally, at the end of the day, it all comes down to the users. Security user awareness training is very, very important. And I refer again to the deepfake trick that the threat actors used for an employee to transfer money, even though it was not related to a ransomware incident. That's the capability that's there in the hands of threat actors today. So we need to help our employees. You need to help your employees with user awareness training. And I would just say everyone has an incident response plan, but it is important to have a ransomware specific incident response plan, because essentially with ransomware, it falls under business continuity and disaster recovery. So if you don't do all of this, or you only do parts of it, I highly recommend that you think about it. If you want to learn more about ransomware and some of the ransomware predictions for next year, do check out our Zscaler Threat Labs 2023 ransomware report. It has some interesting stats and some really good information on what you could do to improve your ransomware posture. Right, I want to pause here and check if you have any questions for me. I know we have a few minutes left and I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, we absolutely do have some questions for you. Great presentation, and thank you for being here. Okay, are you ready to dive into it?
Let's do it.
Okay, first question I've got here is from Joseph. Some of this might be in your report, but what are your top ransomware predictions for next year? What are the big things that you are keeping an eye on?
Absolutely. I think that's a very interesting question. I think AI is going to be the name of the game. AI-powered ransomware attacks are expected to grow. I go back again to the crypto wall example that I gave, because it was quite notorious when it launched in 2014, and it continues to be notorious till date because of its polymorphic code. Now, imagine that being powered by AI. Also, we can expect AI to empower threat actors to execute attacks more easily, more swiftly, and this is no longer an out-of-box thinking movie. It's the reality that we are facing. So ransomware attacks have increased and will continue to do so because of AI, and things like ransomware as a service model increasing, with certain threat actors putting together the ransomware toolkits and certain threat actors just executing the attack. I think that collaboration is going to increase. There are initial access broker groups whose entire job is to just call up people and verify if they're actually a human being at the end of a phone number or at the end of an email. So they have more and more equipment to start targeting organizations even more. And that's something which everyone should be aware of. And that's what keeps me awake at night. I'm sure that's what keeps most of the security folks awake at night. I'd also see that there is this new trend of ransomware attackers pressurizing victims in different ways. First, it started with them threatening to leak data, and now we have attackers lodging SEC compliance violation against their victims just because they failed to notify SEC of a breach the attacker conducted. So we have things like this happening, and I think that trend will increase. I also think certain industries that will continue to hold on to the traditional firewall, network structuring, VPN centric approach might be prone to more attack, unfortunately, as we discussed through this presentation.
Like rubbing salt in the wound, hey? You get attacked and then you don't report it, so they tattletale on you. That's nasty.
I know.
Okay, I think we have time for just one more question. So this one's a bit longer. This is, you spoke about how firewall and network-centric architecture cannot provide ransomware protection, but we moved our VPN to the cloud for security and zero trust. Do you still think this applies in our case?
That's a very good question, and something a lot of organizations I come across ask me. So let me just mention that if you spin VPN in the cloud, it's still a networking device. A VPN and a firewall is a network device. It's an IP device. So essentially, it extends the network to wherever those devices are spun. So ultimately, that means your network is getting bigger and bigger and allows you to reach anything and everything connected to it. But if you remember the 4 stages of a ransomware attack unfolding, the number one thing we discussed was how threat actors want to find you. And the thing is, if you think about every IP address that's public facing, every firewall, every VPN, every application portal that resolves to the open internet is your attack surface. And the second stage was to compromise you. And the third stage is if anything gets infected and if it's on your network, either by being in the branch office or by connecting over a VPN, they can move laterally and find high value targets. So a single infected machine can traverse the whole network and potentially bring everything down. And these are some of the reasons why, again, I insist firewall and network-centric architecture just won't give you that complete protection against ransomware. And that's why spinning VPN in the cloud is not going to solve the issue.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. I think that's all the time we have for today, but one final thank you to you for being here. It's great to have you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I've had a great time talking with you all.
My pleasure. Any final call to action or a sign off that you want to leave people with today?
Yeah, if you're interested in ransomware and if that's your bread and butter, please do check out this report that's been put up on your screen. It's the Zscaler's security research team's report that they've put together, working with like-minded individuals and organizations. You'll have a lot of predictions for the future and the things that you could do to protect yourself and your organization. So do check it out.
Beautiful. Well, thank you and have a great day.
Thank you so much.
All right, Apurva, that was fantastic. Thank you again. Looking forward to the next time we have you around. We do have a poll up here. So if you are out in the audience and you are curious about the Zscaler solution, definitely hop in the poll. This is kind of your wish list. What information are you looking for? And they'll send it right to you after the MegaCast today. Again, thank you for sending in your questions. Keep it up. It's so great to see this engaged audience out here today. And again, we will have the Zscaler team with those questions so they can follow up and make sure anything you're curious about is answered. We do have the handouts tab. So I just want to remind you there that the report cited in Purva's presentation today is linked in the handouts tab, the 2023 ransomware report. Not only is it an in-depth and conclusive report reflecting this past year, but there are also plenty of predictions for 2024. So if you want to keep ahead of the game, definitely go check it out. Now I have a couple more prizes to give away. This time I've got a $300 gift card going out to Rob Sedler from Pennsylvania, and the first iPad Air going out to Samantha Simmons from Tennessee. Congratulations to both of you. And again, big reminder that you do need to be live and present for the MegaCast today. We do have plenty of prizes to go, so stick around and hopefully you will be lucky as well. And we'll be reaching out to those lucky winners on how to claim their prizes after today's event. And with that, I'm going to keep things moving along. Our next presenter is from KnowBe4. KnowBe4 has brought our lovely Roger Grimes. I have to say, Roger always, from me, gets the best title award. Last time it was something like a spin on Cloudy with a Chance of ransomware, or I don't know, but it was really good. And today he'll be presenting on We Thought It Was Bad, and Then It Got Worse. So Roger, always a pleasure to have you here. Super entertaining. Not only is he an expert in the field, but also an author, official title being a data-driven defense evangelist. And with that, Roger, kick things off. I'm excited to hear from you.
Thanks everyone for showing up for my Ransomware 3.0. We thought it was bad and then it got worse. What I hope to cover is what's happening in the trends of ransomware that a lot of people probably aren't familiar with. We're going to talk about where it was and where it's going to be and that sort of stuff. If you don't know me, I'm Roger Grimes, been doing computer security 34 years, written 13 books, over 1,200 magazine articles on computer security, and the last one was called the Ransomware Protection Playbook. I'm going to be covering stuff I didn't even cover in there, but I did cover a lot of it, so you don't even have to go buy their book. I'm covering a lot of that material. I work for KnowBe4. We're the world's largest security awareness training and simulated phishing platform vendor, meaning we try to help you not to get phished, you and your coworkers not to get phished or socially engineered, which is, the primary way that ransomware uses to compromise organizations. So I'm going to cover kind of where ransomware is today, where it's going, where I think it's going to finish up with the Ransomware 4.0 version, and then your best defenses no matter what version it is, as much as I can over the next 30 minutes. So today's ransomware, the ransomware gangs come in, they often survey the compromised network, they research your organization, they find out how much money you make, they look at your financial statements, so they can figure out how much ransom they're going to charge you. They try to find out what your company's crown jewels are so they can figure out what data to steal and what computers they can encrypt to cause the most pain and disruption. And they say that if you don't pay them, not only will they encrypt your data, but they're going to release your stolen data to the internet or the world. This is how most ransomware works today. About 86% of ransomware uses this workflow that I'm going to share. First of all, most of the time the victim is on the internet. You don't have to be on the internet to be compromised by ransomware. Some of the ransomware groups do things like send USB keys that are claiming to be from security organizations or CISA or something, and then the person runs it and gets infected that way. But most of the victims by far are connected to the internet. They typically get tricked. The number one way is tricked into running some Trojan horse program that infects their device and modifies it so that it can live through a reboot. That is the primary way most people get ransomware, is by social engineering. Get socially engineered and clicking on a link they shouldn't click, or downloading a document that they shouldn't download. But the two other primary ways are also that the victim has unpatched software, like unpatched VPN software, unpatched Windows or something like that. Or it could be because the attacker either knows your password, they've gotten that password, usually because you've been socially engineered some other way, or they guess at your password. Those are the three main ways that ransomware programs would get in on a device or your network. Again, it's social engineering, unpatched software, password issues of some sort. But either way, again, that initial program, which usually isn't the actual encrypting ransomware program, gets in, modifies the host system, usually collects as many passwords as it can out of the browser. So anytime you browse on the internet and your browser says, would you like me to remember your password so that you can log in faster next time, you say yes. Those Trojan horse programs, they call that component is called an info stealer or password stealer, steals that information. And it connects over the internet to its command and control servers to deliver those stolen passwords and to let the hackers know, hey, here's the new place that I've broken into. They'll usually download at least 2 other malicious programs completely unrelated to themselves with completely different signatures. And that's so that if, antivirus program detects one of them, the other 2 will hopefully live. They usually download different programs, put them in different places. Usually all 3 are undetectable by antivirus, and that's because the developers actually monitor the antivirus companies and tell their programs through the command and control servers to re-encrypt themselves or change their signature so that they stay unscannable in perpetuity. Usually the developers are watching a website called virustotal.com. Virustotal.com, you can go there right now, www.virustotal.com. It's owned by Google, and right now it's running 83 antivirus engines. And as people start to upload different malware programs, it will start to be detected by its hash signature on that website. And the attackers can tell, hey, this antivirus engine and this antivirus engine are starting to detect our creations, and they'll just tell their malware creations to update themselves. And again, so the average malware program is on a company's network from months to 8 to 12 months to a year without being detected. So most people are running antivirus that get hit by ransomware, but their antivirus is not detecting that ransomware. They'll start to install themselves in different types of programs all around the internet, encrypting programs, password stealing programs, and the entire time they're there, anybody that's typing in any password, it is key logging and stealing. So any of the company login names and passwords, any of the people's personal login names and passwords. So if you're going to Amazon during the day and buying garbage bags or something, it gets that password. If you go into bank account, stock account, health care account, Instagram, Facebook, whatever, the attacker is getting all of those passwords. Eventually, the hacker ransomware gang logs on into the command and control servers. And by the way, those servers are just hosted on somebody else's compromised computer that doesn't even know that's what those computers are being used for. So people are at home going, hey, my computer is being really slow, or my network's being really slow, or some business is thinking that. And what they don't know is that their computers and resources network are being involved in this massive ransomware botnet command and control server center. But the hackers log in, get a list of all the different networks that ransomware program has compromised, usually by network name and IP address, and it usually collects some other information like host name and stuff. But from that, they can kind of tell what company they're in. The hacker will then log in remotely through a backdoor program, or usually they'll find out, like, does this company use, like Microsoft Remote Desktop Protocol, RDP, and if they do, that's how they log in. Or if you're using, Logmin, they use that, or, VNC, they'll use that. So that way they log in just as people and the administrators do, which is very difficult for the system to detect as malicious. They'll look around, they'll eavesdrop an email, they'll find out what the crown jewels are, they'll find out how much money they can pay in ransom. They'll come in, analyze, assess the target, steal whatever their information they want, and then tell the victim, if you don't pay us, we're releasing that information on the internet, which they do if the victim doesn't pay, and then eventually launch the encryption program and ask for the ransom. This is how 86% of ransomware works today. This is it. This is not the new stuff. This is what I would call ransomware 2.0. The media calls it double extortion. I call it quintuple extortion because that's what it's really doing. Again, it's stealing credentials, it's stealing intellectual property. If the victim doesn't pay the original victim organization, they'll actually threaten the victim's employees and customers and say, not only did Roger not care enough to protect your information, but he doesn't care to pay 2% of his net revenues to us, that he's going to allow us to attack you now. They oftentimes have Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram sites where they are listing the different victims they've broken into, along with copies of the data and records from that data to prove that they have that data. What's important about this is that today's ransomware, again, this is 86% of ransomware, is that a backup is not saving you from any of that. A backup saves you from encrypted files, not from all this other stuff. And today's victims, about 40 to 60% of the victims pay, and it's usually because of the stolen data, not even because of the encryption part, or certainly because of both the encryption and the stolen data. And again, if you don't pay them, they don't release your files, and they may even attack you again and all that other stuff. So where's it going? What is the ransomware 3.0? It is that everything is a possibility. That it used to be that they pretty much broke in, encrypted your file, stole some information, that was that. But these days, it's all these different approaches, which I'm going to go into more in detail. But the essential thing here is that, when they break into an organization, they've downloaded all the passwords of the organization. They have complete control across the organization, and they can do whatever they want. And that's what's happening, is that they're no longer just ransoming encrypted files. They're doing things like becoming access brokers. Network access brokers used to be fundamentally different than the ransomware groups. Access brokers are criminal groups that have socially engineered victims out of their passwords, or guessed against their passwords, or stolen them from other websites and proven that they have access into particular environments. But access brokers they'll literally say, hey, we have compromised credentials to the fifth largest company in the world, or we've broken into this media company that has 100,000 employees. But they literally will advertise the sale and auction off credentials to different types of companies, and then ransomware groups and other types of ransomware people will buy those. So like here's another example of a network access broker called Wazukawak or whatever, Waka. This is a Russian guy. He actually is missing a finger. He actually advertises his picture on the internet quite often. But again, he says, hey, I get paid to allow people to break into place. So the ransomware groups are oftentimes buying login names and passwords from these access brokers. And you will know this because when the ransomware group comes up to the company to break in, they're not guessing against the password. They literally put in login name, password, go right in. So they didn't guess, they had the login name and password. And a lot of times, like ransomware groups will be asked by the victim, okay, I'll pay you, but you got to tell me how you got in so we can close the hole, which is a very good thing to do. And the ransomware group's like, we have no idea how that happened. It's because they got sold the access by a network access broker, and they don't know how it was obtained. But now what's changed is that the ransomware groups are starting to sell access to other companies. Like, they're starting to, they'll advertise like, hey, we're looking for a buyer for this, world's leading manufacturer of stainless steel storage and processing vessels, or we're looking for someone to sell, here's login names to a family-owned commercial printer. So think about that, is that, here they are if they're going to advertise stolen credentials to a family-owned commercial printer, they're going to sell access for login names and password to any size company. But we'll see ads like these all the time from these different ransomware groups saying, this company has 100,000 employees, because that tells an attacker that pays for that it's a big company. They can ask for a lot of ransom. Plus, they'll get a lot of login names and passwords that they can use in other types of attacks. And they're selling the access usually for a few $100s to a few $1,000s, depending on the size of the company. And again, what changed is that the ransomware groups are now becoming the access brokers, so there's still a lot of passwords. It used to be that different malware families would drop off ransomware, so the malware developers of that malware family would, like TrickBot or something like that, would often get paid by the ransomware guys to drop off ransomware. Well, now that's kind of changed. The ransomware groups are now dropping off other malware. So they've kind of switched. They're making money by dropping off other malware instead of being dropped off by other malware. Making money. They're installing crypto miners. Crypto miners are that software programs that help mine usually Bitcoin, but it can be other types of cryptocurrencies. Well, mining cryptocurrency and Bitcoin takes a lot of processing power. You have to perform trillions of transactions, trillions and trillions to come close to earning a Bitcoin or some other cryptocurrency token. And so attackers have for a long time, just more so, installing crypto mining malware. So before they encrypt the company or steal the company's data, they'll use your resources to mine cryptocurrency. And they try their best not to make it take up too much resources, because they don't want you finding out about this cryptocurrency crypto miner that's been installed. But they're making money off your network and your computers before they go off. They're starting to do a lot of distributed denial of service attacks. That's where you typically have hundreds of thousands to tens of thousands of these denial of service DDoS bots. And these are just people's compromised cable modems and Wi-Fi routers and compromised computers that are under control of the botnet master that can then go attack other companies or do crypto mining or whatever. But now they're starting to do distributed denial of service attacks. And that's where they send literally trillions of bad packets against a particular target to knock them off the internet and say, if you don't pay us, we're going to keep you off the internet. And let me say, distributed denial of service attackers they were kind of the original ransomware guys saying, pay us $100 grand and we're going to keep you off the internet. What's changed is the ransomware groups are now doing that. It used to be that the ransomware groups would sometimes do DDoS attacks, like they'd attack a company, and sometimes that company would have it, many times in large companies and banks and stuff, the company's website is not located on the network that they compromised. So the ransomware group would denial of service attack the other public website that was hosted somewhere else too and say, pay us or we're not going to, we're going to keep you down. But now what's happening is they're many times just doing that. They're not encrypting the files, they're not stealing the data, they're just doing a denial of service attack and say, pay us. This really became well known last year or in 2021 when they attacked a voice over IP company used by a lot of IT companies. Again, no encryption, no data exfiltration, just a denial of service attack. And they asked for $4.2 million to stop this attack, which went on for days and days and days. And here's some more information about it. They're just the media saying, hey, we now have these different ransomware operators like SunCrypt or Ragnar or whatever that are doing distributed denial of service attacks, and this is new and it's not a good thing. And here's some more. Hello Kitty ransomware group turns to denial of service extortion attacks. And it's just become something that some ransomware groups do as a part of what they do. So probably the most dangerous thing is that ransomware groups and hacking groups are starting to change their tactics on a fly. This is, like Accenture was reporting last year that the Karakoot threat group was modifying its tactics depending on the victim's environment, favoring a more living off the land approach. That is what a lot of ransomware groups are trying to do. They will break in and then kind of decide what they want to do. Like, this is from a report from Microsoft on a bunch of different human-operated ransomware groups from actually a year or two before, but they were talking about this represents one of the most impactful trends in cyber attacks today, that they exhibit an extensive knowledge of systems administration and perform thorough reconnaissance and adapt to whatever they discover in a compromised network. So it's, this idea that malware goes in and the hackers go in and they kind of figure out, they have the lay of the land, they collect all the passwords, they figure out what they want to do. And this is in that same Microsoft report, in this case, discussing a group called, I guess, Parankata. But they said, we've observed the group changing tactics to match its needs and use compromised machines for various purposes, including cryptocurrency mining, sending spam emails, or proxying for other attacks. The group's goals and payloads have shifted over time, influenced by the type of compromised infrastructure, although recently doing ransomware. So this, again, was something that was starting to do. It started the trend. Now it's really, really common in the ransomware world. And you may ask yourself, well, where's the likely finishing point? And it's that what I call Ransomware 3.0 is that everything is a possibility. They're now starting to do more things more often. And part of that is that you have an increased consolidation of the ransomware industry. There's increased pressure. We're arresting more of them. They're having a tougher time getting paid. And so every customer becomes this, this thing where we can do lots of stuff and we need to decide what we want to do. So, it used to be that they would collect the exfiltrated data and tell the victim, if you don't pay us, we're going to, release it publicly. But now they're collecting it and selling it. It used to be they'd collect, login names and passwords and say, if you don't pay us, we're going to release it to the public. But now they're selling those credentials to other hackers and other ransomware groups. They're selling the initial access. They're hackers for hire. People can hire them to break into their competitor. They're selling lead lists. So they'll still your customer list and lead list from your organization, sell them to your competitors. They're doing business email compromise scams by sending you fake invoices and things like that. They're installing adware. They're doing crypto mining. They're sending spam emails. They're, turning your company's computers and networks into a rentable botnet, anything that they can do to generate revenue. And really what I think the future, what I call Ransomware 4.0, is that, you have this natural consolidation going on and all these businesses, they think themselves as businesses trying to make money, and the the money from just doing ransomware is decreasing. So I think they're going to start looking at every compromised victim as a potential bag of money and try to figure out how they're going to maximize that money. Maybe they start with low risk detection activities, maybe stealing data, credentials to sell later. Maybe they install a crypto miner, install some adware to make some money, then maybe stealing money from people's bank accounts. Maybe they're sending fake invoices to try to do a business email compromise scam. So I think anytime anyone gets a business email compromise scam, fake invoice letter or something, they're not thinking, oh, I must have ransomware in my environment. They're just thinking someone's coming through their email system and getting to the appropriate people that might be ripe for this sort of, social engineering, and not knowing that, hey, they've been watching these people and learning who they need to send the invoice letters to be successful and that sort of stuff. Maybe, they've got your login names and passwords for your email, so they can send emails to your trusted partners and customers that, will then end up letting them get compromised, so that, your business partner or customer is getting this email claiming to be from you. It really is from your email systems. It really has your domain name on it. They think it's something trustworthy. Oh, this person wants me to open a document. Or this company wants me to open a document. Well, let me see what it does. And boom, they're now compromised. And then maybe they finish up with encrypting ransomware and a distributed denial of service attack. This is where ransomware is headed, because again, the ultimate goal of what they can do is not just encrypting data, stealing data. It's anything they want to do, and they're going to try to, maximize the value of every customer. So you might ask yourself, well, what does that mean? How can I defend myself against these sort of attacks? Well, really, it's the same as any ransomware, just more so. But I would say definitely communicate with management that ransomware is changing. It's no longer just encrypting your servers and data and asking for money. There's still 86% of it is stealing, data, stealing credentials, and now it's doing more and more stuff. You need to let management know that a backup alone is not going to save you. If you're interested in everything you can do to prevent and defeat and mitigate ransomware, just know that KnowBe4, we have a ransomware portal, so you can go to knowbe4.com/ransomware, and we've got a lot of documents there, including the ransomware hostage rescue manual guide, which I wrote, which even has a really cool checklist in there, a step-by-step checklist of what to do if you think you've been hit by ransomware. And we even have the ransomware simulator, which is over a dozen different ransomware programs simulated in a virtual machine. But if you run it, your antivirus or endpoint detection response software should detect it and shut it down. But you also need to recognize that the real problem is not ransomware. Ransomware is the outcome of your real problem, which is how did the ransomware get in? How did it get admin? Because if you don't close the vulnerabilities that allowed the ransomware to get in, it's just something else that's going to get in. It's just going to be a backdoor Trojan or a password stealing Trojan or something like that. Your problem is not ransomware, really. That's the outcome of your real problem that you need to solve. And how does ransomware get in? Well, we kind of know it. About half of it is because of social engineering. Someone got tricked into clicking on a link they shouldn't have clicked on, or downloading a document they shouldn't have downloaded. About a quarter of it is due to unpatched software, increasingly unpatched VPNs and things like that. And then it looks like it's kind of password related. It could be password guessing or credential theft or RDP. And RDP, kind of this nebulous thing. Does that mean that they were guessing against it? A lot of times they have a login name and password and they just go right in. What's remote server attack mean? I think that means misconfiguration or unpatched software. So I think if you look at how people get compromised here based upon how these different ransomware reports, I looked at over 120 ransomware reports to get, I only found 6 that reported how people get broken in due to ransomware. But based upon that, again, about half of it's social engineering, about a quarter of it's due to unpatched software, and then a quarter of it is somewhere around password guessing or password, password cracking or something like that. That's your main ways that they're getting in. So if you want to defend yourself against ransomware and really all hackers and malware, you need to focus on mitigating social engineering. Social engineering is involved in 70 to 90% of all attacks and at least 50% of all ransomware attacks. So if you want to have a decent chance of stopping ransomware, you need to somehow mitigate social engineering and preventing people from clicking on links and that they shouldn't click on, or from downloading documents they shouldn't click on. And that takes a combination of good policies, technical defenses, and security awareness training. To do that, you need to make sure you patch your internet accessible software. And that's because unpatched software is involved in about 50% of, a quarter percent of ransomware attacks. If you want to know what software is being exploited by hackers, go to the CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, and find their known exploited vulnerabilities catalog. It lists every software that the U.S. government knows is being used by hackers to break into places. You should use phishing-resistant multi-factor authentication where you can, and non-guessable passwords that are unique for every website and service where you can't use MFA. Again, really important to try to use phishing-resistant MFA. Unfortunately, 90-95% of it is phishable, but where you can, try to use phishing-resistant MFA. And if you don't know what that means, there's a link to my LinkedIn column where I actually talk all about phishable versus phishing-resistant MFA and what MFA I consider phishing-resistant. Also teach yourself, your friends, your family, your loved ones, and coworkers how to spot rogue URLs. Remember, half of ransomware attacks involve social engineering. Usually that involves some type of rogue link. So teach yourself, again, and everybody else how to spot the difference between a good link and a bad link. There's a link right there to a blog where I wrote an article about the 12 most common rogue URL tricks. And then if you go click on that second link, that's a 1-hour webinar where I show you like 50 different examples of rogue URLs and how you should know the difference between a real URL and a rogue URL. And of course, you should have a great complete test to secure a 3-2-1 backup, because with ransomware, you still need a backup, a good backup. You should have 3 copies of your data. That means the original copy of the data, 2 other copies, and those 2 copies should be somewhere else. One of them should be truly offline. You need a good 3-2-1 backup that you've tested for all your critical systems if you're going to have a chance of defeating ransomware, plus all this other stuff. If you want to know everything you can do to prevent phishing, since phishing and social engineering is involved in about half of all attacks, you can attend my webinar. This is a 1-hour webinar with 99 slides that tells you everything that my head could think of to defeat phishing. If you don't want to watch me for another hour, you can download my 49-page ebook that has all the same steps and recommendations in it in reading form. So choose your poison, how you want to be bored by me, whether it's the 1-hour webinar online or the 49-page ebook. But altogether, again, has everything I could think of and KnowBe4 could think of to help prevent phishing. Of course, at KnowBe4, we're very big believers in that everybody should be trained on how to prevent different types of attacks, social engineering attacks, phishing attacks. Everybody should get a longer training when they first get hired, and every year thereafter, maybe 30, 45 minutes. And then after that, everybody, at least every month, gets smaller training, maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. And then you do simulated phishing. Again, at least once a month, you do simulated phishing to see if the people you're training are trickable or not. And if they do click on the phishing links, they should immediately be told what they did wrong and how they should have expected it or should have noticed that it was a phishing attack, and then given more training. With that said, thanks for putting up with me over the last half hour. My name is Roger Grimes. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to email me at rogerg@knowbe4.com, and I'll try to answer your questions within 24 hours. Again, that was rogerg@knowbe4.com. And you can also follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter, where I'm talking about ransomware and how to prevent from being attacked by hackers and malware every single day. Thanks, everybody, for putting up with me, and continue to fight the good fight.
Alrighty, that's awesome, Roger. Thank you so much for being here. We don't actually have any time left for Q&A today, so if you did send in a question, just wait and get a response after the MegaCast from KnowBe4 and Roger. I do have a poll up there, so if you're looking for some further information from the KnowBe4 team, just plunk in what you're looking for, and they will get it to you right away. I did already give out the Best Title Award to Roger. But I also want to mention that in the handouts tab, we have a handout which is the KnowBe4's ransomware simulator, or ransom. So I have to give an additional shout out for this play on words, or this pun. Ransom, sim, ransom. I like this. Well done. Well done. This is essentially a quick look at the effectiveness of your existing endpoint protection. Ransom will simulate 24 ransomware infection scenarios and 1 crypto mining infection scenario to show you if a workstation is vulnerable. So super cool way to do a diagnostic test. And again, it's free, so hop in the handouts tab and check out that link. Now it is time to give away another prize. Again, you do need to be live, present, and lucky to win here on today's MegaCast. The third $300 Amazon gift card is going out to Chantel Pros Krause from North Carolina. Congratulations, Chantel. We'll be in touch about how you can get that prize after today's MegaCast. And with that, let's keep things moving along. Our next presenter is from Rapid7. We have Christian Beek. He is the Senior Director and Threat Analytics. Wow, I'm just going to start again. Christian Beek. He is the Senior Director of Threat Analytics at Rapid7, and we are super excited to have him here. Again, we do have some Q&A coming up with Christian, so get your questions in. You could also be the lucky winner of a $50 Best Question gift card if you put in a great question, a thoughtful question. So have those coming in during the presentation, and I will follow up with Christian on your behalf, posing those questions in a sec. So without further ado, Christian Beek, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to rock and roll.
All right, take it away.
All right, thank you. Well, welcome today to this webinar, and it's an honor and a pleasure to present today. So, well, we don't have to guess anymore the topic, right? We're talking about ransomware today. And to be fair and honest, I have like a kind of love-hate affair with ransomware. Like, I remember when I started back in the days in a malware lab, that one of my managers came in. It's like, hey, Chris, there's something like a rumor, and we talk about 2013. There's a rumor going around that there's some new malware and they call it ransomware. Can you have a look at it? And honestly, I was hoping after a few months that it would be over. But honestly, we're still busy on investigating the ransomware, and it's still ongoing, to my big surprise. And I think honestly, where the love affair is really from the science way of looking at malware, ransomware, how it interacts, how it works. So that's where my love is for ransomware. And at the same time, being part of the No More Ransomware initiative, which we founded back in the days, we participated in several law enforcement engagements against ransomware. So it's a fascinating trend, but still, yeah, it's out there, and we need to find a way to make it the bad guys way more difficult. So in the introduction, it was said Rapid7 Labs. We are a labs organization within Rapid7, and we really look at ransomware. We look at vulnerabilities. We look at the nation-state actors' activity, and we combine all that intelligence also from our open source systems like Sonar, Project Doppler, where we scan the internet, stuff like that. But also, everybody knows Metasploit. So that all together is in Rapid7 Labs. So when I talk about threat analytics, like this is one of those pictures where I love to pull my data from ransomware forums and see like, okay, what is the frequency here of ransomware groups when they are posting? And this really helps you as well as part of the data set to determine, okay, which groups are highly active, which groups are less active, or maybe they have a pause or something. Or actually, it's funny, in your data, you can really see when a lot of these actors are going on holidays, because August is their favorite month when it's mostly a bit more silent. They all go on vacation. And of course, when they come back, the vacation money is over. So you need to have some money for Christmas. So they're ramping up the campaigns. Honestly, I've seen that trend for years happening in the data. But this is like a picture of 2023. If I would pull it a little bit further in 2024, of course, we have seen the ALF group doing like an exit scam. Then you would actually see ceasing of their postings. And at the same time, with our data in our labs, we also see like the activity has actually stopped. Now, if I would look at the campaigns we actually respond to here in Rapid7, so we have like an IR MDR team that is responding on a daily basis, 24/7 to incidents of our customers or being asked to support an incident. I can draw like a big picture on ransomware. Using the MicroTech framework here, if you actually map that out to the initial axis, you would actually see two major vectors, how they actually compromise companies or try to break into a company. The speaker here before talked about like similar trends, but we could be really specific on like, hey, if they do initial access, it's a valid account or an exploit they are using. So if you would look at numbers, I think out of my head, we're looking at around 34% using a valid account. That's also the category where we would say like multi-factor authentication, right? So people haven't deployed multi-factor authentication on their most critical appliances at the edge of the network, or multi-factor authentication is deployed but not correctly configured. So it means you have far more rights or user rights than you should have, and using actually like maybe a compromised passwords from some steal log or some breach. Actually, they log into your appliance, they authenticate, and suddenly that, I would say, employee account that shouldn't have access to a certain network segment suddenly has access because it's wrongly configured. Now, exploiting a public-facing application, I will highlight this a bit more further down my slides, but yeah, they are using vulnerabilities for sure on attacking the network. What the big difference is when, well, I told you I'm already active in this world since 2013. What I really have seen over the past 2 years is that big shift towards the double extortion, what we call. So really getting the data, extort it out, and then actually create a leak site, all the public relations around it, to actually force the victim to pay the ransom. So where in the past you would know like, hey, I've been hit by ransomware because suddenly systems stop working, systems are putting that ransomware node up. Now you see that they actually really try to be very silent to get access into a company, try to extort as quick as possible, to export the data as quickly as possible to a remote cloud service. And when that is done, then they deploy the ransomware. At the same time, that gives us hope, right? That gives us hope like, hey, if I have missed that whole sequence of like, okay, now it's ransomware, I can do nothing. There are ways now to detect the early stages there. So that's some good news, because like I can imagine if you see all these presentations, it's like, oh my God, I'm a sitting duck here. Can I ever stop something like ransomware? Of course we can, but it's really about like, we have to make that difficult for them. We really have to make it difficult for them because honestly, the sooner they are discovered, the sooner this operation will stop. And like speed is really what they want. They want to be quickly in, learn your network, export the data to a cloud service or like an FTP server or another VPS server, and then actually put in the ransomware and actually lock up your company. But yeah, if we are fast and actually know exactly how these kind of export data are used or how you can actually notice those, then that's a way of actually like detecting them already. But if you haven't detected that, there's also a step before that, which I'll talk a little bit about, is like, okay, what about the multi-factor authentication? What about the vulnerabilities, right? So that's some of the stuff that's really interesting. So all this data here, so all these MITRE ATT&CK techniques, actually you can trickle down and say like, okay, what is the context here around it? And that is my keyword, like you need to have context. So today I talk about MFA, I talk about vulnerability management, and I talk about like context and also why we shouldn't pay the ransom. So, well, there's never a presentation without a meme. So I think I win the meme award for this session here. But honestly, multi-factor authentication, I think it's the biggest thing where we see that ransomware attacks are successful because they are not deployed on VPNs, for example, VPN services, or they are wrongly configured. So that's definitely, if you want to have a takeaway from this session, check your MFA on your critical devices that are connected to the internet. So, as you might know, Rapid7, of course, we are famous for our vulnerability intelligence, our vulnerability reports. Stay tuned. We will launch a new report in May, end of May, about the trends and topics and all the statistics. But in my team, for example, we're looking at, okay, if I look at ransomware actors, what kind of vulnerabilities are they using in their campaigns? What type of vulnerabilities? What type of devices and vendors are they interested in? Because that gives you context where to focus on. We all know that every day vulnerabilities are being reported, and our vulnerability management can be challenging. Like if you get like 100 alerts for today about like, hey, these are the vulnerabilities found and this is all the software you have, where do you need to focus on, right? And having statistics like, okay, what ransomware attackers are using and what they are abusing can really help you determine, okay, where do I need to focus on? For example, CISA-KEF is a great resource, but I will show you later. We also have like a free resource where we include the CISA-KEF information, but at the same time, if we observe a vulnerability being abused in a ransomware attack, we actually put that in that system too, and you can actually get free access to that system. You don't even have to sign up. It's really free accessible. So this is data we gather from threat actors abusing vulnerabilities. Of course, another interesting factor is to look at, okay, what is the underground telling me? You might have heard already now in a few presentations around the initial access brokers. And this is an example of a few access brokers offering access to companies. Well, if you're into the business of ransomware, it's very convenient that they already put the revenue here from the company they have access to, which sector they are. So it really can help you as a ransomware actor to determine, okay, how much money can I ask for my operation? Because they make such an amount of revenue, so they can afford to pay this, right? But for us, as I would say, threat intel, threat research people, what we look at is, okay, what is the type of access they offer? So if you filter through the last couple of months around like, okay, what are initial access brokers offering the kind of access? Now, these are the top ones. So VPN, web or the normal remote desktop, Fortinet access, so they are abusing Fortinet vulnerabilities to access on the Fortinet device, so you have access on the appliance or the SSL device itself, or through Citrix, where they compromise Citrix servers, and you have access through that one. In some of the posts, they even tell you like, oh, you're coming in with an admin access, or you have like a normal user access, and then the ransomware actors are like, okay, when I come in as a normal user, then I can use this exploit from Microsoft vulnerability to exploit this and elevate my user rights. So this is how this works, right? And also this is for us as a Rapid7 and an intelligence lab, valuable information, because on the one hand, we know, okay, what are the type of vulnerabilities they are using? Here in the forums is like, what type of access is being sold? And also my slide before that, like, okay, what are the type of MITRE attacks they are using? This all together helps us in detection engineering and really focus on like, okay, what do we need to focus on? What are some of the data bits where we can actually put some tripwires out there in our customer networks and our technology to say like, okay, if this tripwire is being tripped over, okay, fire off the alarm, because this might be a signal of initial access attempt from a ransomware broker, right? So this is how we operate like that. So the biggest discussions I always have had is around like, okay, should we pay the ransom, yes or no? And honestly, let me give you an example. If we take the data from Coveware from Q4 last year, the average ransom payment was like $500,000. So let that sink in. That's more budget for one single campaign than I would get as a researcher, right? So the median ransom payment is around $200K. Now, if you go to the zero-day market, where companies in the Middle East and even in Russia are offering money for you if you have found a zero-day, these are the reseller prices. So with the current trend where we see network devices and appliances being under attack, you can see over here a list of randomly vendors, and they offer you as a researcher like $100K if you found a zero-day. So they pay you $100,000 if you found that zero-day. Of course, the market price is way higher. So probably they double or triple the price if you want to buy that zero-day from them. So, okay, let's do the math. Let's do the math for the ransomware actor, right? So let's say I did a ransomware campaign and my average ransom I earned was like $500,000. So I buy this Fortinet zero-day from that particular company. So initially I still have like $250,000 left. But okay, I have a zero-day in my pocket. I'm going to weaponize my zero-day and let's attack 20 customers, maybe 10 are successful. And again, I ask like $500,000 per ransom negotiation. So that gives me $5 million. I need to pay some of the money to my affiliates, but at the end, I'm close to $5 million in revenue. And this is what's happening when we actually keep paying the ransom. Like we're actually giving money to criminals that makes it worse. Like that they can actually afford to buy 0 days, where in the past they couldn't. Now with the high demands and like what they are asking, we're giving actually money to them to buy those 0 days. And I've also seen other terrible things happening with the money when you actually follow those money trails. We saw like large criminals investing into the drugs markets, like ecstasy or all this crystal meth kind of stuff. So think twice, right? I sincerely hope that you get this message across. Like it's not only funding an underground economy and keep the ransomware model going and making lucrative for maybe new actors, but at the same time, we're also funding different forms of crime. And I think as a society, if we want to protect the future of our children and the next generation, we should collaborate more and more and work together to stop this. Okay, stepping off of my soapbox for that. So where do you need to focus on, right? Like, of course, multi-factor authentication is what I already addressed. Vulnerability management. If we know, for example, that these threat actors and the particular ones they are using, okay, we should actually see if one of those vulnerabilities pops up, like we had last week on Friday, a critical vulnerability pops up, and you have that particular device or service in your network, you should immediately take action. Like, honestly, we have seen on Friday, the vulnerability came out, and I think about yesterday, Wednesday or Tuesday or Wednesday, the first POCs were already out, and immediately within hours, we see activity of threat actors trying to abuse that vulnerability. So the time to patch and the time to exploitation, I would say there's a challenge, like, and we need to focus on where we need to focus, right? So this whole context is really important. So, and when we talk about context, this is what we have here at Rapid7. So if you never heard of this one, honestly, I think it's one of the best kept secrets in the world. This is kind of the virus total of vulnerability intelligence. It's called Attacker KB. So if you have never been there, go there after the sessions, attackerkb.com, and you will find vulnerability intelligence. So you can see here for my screenshot, we have the vulnerability itself. If there's some really critical vulnerabilities like the one from last Friday, we have a Rapid7 analysis with all the details there. But here at the bottom, you can see, for example, hey, it's CISA-CAF listed. Oh, what are some of the MITRE-ATT&CK techniques? Did we observe it being used in a nation-state attack? Is it being observed being abused in a ransomware attack, for example? Are there POCs available? Is there a Metasploit module available? All that information is what we gather for each vulnerability. And like I said, if it's really high critical that the industry is talking about it, or we as a Rapid7 anticipate like, hey, this is a big one, we do a really in-depth analysis, and all that information is there for free for you. So if you see like high vulnerabilities popping up in your vulnerability management solution and you're doubting, please visit this. Like you can really immediately see like, hey, is this really important? Is there already context about it? And we keep this updated. And the cool thing is like we have a huge community around the world from people that are contributing to this system. So it's also the people's community that actually attribute to this system, do analysis of the vulnerabilities, and actually also flag it if they see it being exploited in the wild. You can see that at the top here, the click red button, which is being exploited in the wild. You can also find the sources, why it has been flagged as exploited in the wild. So this is all information that really can help you to get the right context in place. So with that being said, are there any questions? And then we can go over to Q&A.
Hello. Yes, there absolutely have been a number of questions coming in for you. I'm just going to throw up a poll here quickly and just shout out to the audience that the poll is there. This is asking you what additional information you'd like about the Rapid7 solution. So give that an answer. And with that, let me start posing you some questions here. First one I've got lined up is from Matt. This says, do you monitor possible data exfiltration attempts?
Yes, we have detection logic that actually is capable of detecting attempts for data exfiltration.
Alrighty, excellent. Next is, how is your MFA deployed? Are you sure it is working as it should?
I don't know where the question is actually relevant for Rapid7 itself or something like that. But yeah, for sure, our InfoSec team is on top of threats like this, right?
Perfect. Excellent. Okay, let me filter through a couple here. Okay, this is a broad question, but since you brought up that, you'd kind of been on this team to get into figuring out what ransomware was back in 2013, and you thought it would be over quickly, and yet it's still here. Melissa's asking, do you think ransomware will ever be a thing of the past?
Unfortunately, I think we're almost, well, I know more than a decade further. It still will be a thing I'm afraid of, but I think as an industry, you see, we're actually, you saw the trend, right? Like it's really shifted from it's on the endpoint, and then actually now they do extortion first or data exfiltration. That means to me that we're doing a good job on the endpoint. So if ransomware tries to actually execute itself, we're doing a good job at actually as an industry to detect it. But now, since they are shifting their tactics, we also need to be shifting with those tactics and keep monitoring where they're shifting and try to anticipate and actually try to make it as difficult as possible.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay, someone here, David, is asking about if there are other vendors you partner with related to the CVEs and other vulnerability tracking.
So, we of course, we're using NVD as one of these sources, but I would say in general, yeah, we partner, of course, with CISA, and the community is very close. So we keep each other informed, and like the whole, I would say, vulnerability intelligence community is very close and very collaborative.
Okay, excellent. So many questions. What to ask you, my friend? Okay. So Adam, again, some of this you might have touched on. So Adam's asking, what are the essential components of a ransomware recovery plan? But more specifically, how does Rapid7 assist organizations in developing and testing these plans?
Sorry, can you repeat that question? That was broken up a bit.
Yes, sorry. So question is, what are the essential components of a ransomware recovery plan? And more specifically, how does Rapid7 assist organizations in developing and testing the plans?
So the last part of the questions, I think that would be really for our IR and DR team to answer. I honestly don't have visibility in that part. I think honestly the biggest mistakes I have seen in ransomware attacks is like thinking that the backup solution is working. And the second part is that sometimes ignorance, like, oh, it will never happen to me. So please stop with that. Like everybody can be a target. And I think also be prepared around your messaging, right? Like so many times that there's no already plan or like a messaging around like, hey, if this is happening to me, what can I do about it, right? And is my press release or is my messaging to my customers, am I prepared for that? Because from a technical perspective, I think we have sometimes already like a plan ready, but just those kind of things are not prepared very often.
Yeah, that's fair. And it's kind of one of those things you may set it and forget it, and then you're really not updating as you implement other new technologies. Okay, I have a couple questions that have come in here about MFA versus passwordless logins. So, question here is, would passwordless logins be better or worse than actual MFA in terms of security?
It really depends. Like honestly, it's the technologies itself are good. Like MFA is good, passwordless is good. It's really about like how are you deploying it and how are you testing it if it's rightly deployed. I think that's where the challenge is. I've seen in the past also security technologies being deployed, and then the incident happens. And then when a root cause analysis is being done, it's like, oh, wait a minute, we forgot to actually enable these options. So I really encourage the listeners to like, hey, if you have these kind of technologies or want to deploy these technologies, do an in-depth analysis of like if you put every setting correct and test it.
All right. So definitely advocating for routine testing and making sure that that is a big part of your ransomware preparedness plan.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, I think we're about at time here, so I'm just going to ask if someone is interested in Rapid 7, and they want to either get in touch, get started, try things out, where should they go? What should they do? What's the best next step?
Yeah, I'm a big advocate, of course, of attackerkb.com. But also, we have our blogs, which we call the ETR blogs, Emergency Threat Response. So if there's something major going on in the industry, if there's something major going on around vulnerabilities, just sign up for those blogs with an RSS feed or get an alert, because those are really important notifications for you. Like, honestly, we're responding within like hours when we see a critical vulnerability happening. So the initial handling response is already being done through those blogs.
Okay, so definitely a good place to go. Awesome. Well, thank you, Christian. I'm going to let you go, but thanks for the presentation, for the insights, and for sticking around for some awesome Q&A with the audience here.
All right, thank you so much.
You are welcome. Have a great one. All right. And once again, I'm going to just direct you over to the handouts tab. You do have a handout there, which is the ransomware playbook, how to lower attack risk and reduce the impact from Rapid7. So definitely go check that out. And if you did throw in a question and it didn't get answered, do not fret. Christian and the team will be following up with you guys soon. We do have a couple more prizes here to give away. So I've got our fourth $300 Amazon gift card. This is going out to Cy Crovey from Virginia. Congratulations. And our next iPad Air is going out to Gilbert Marlowe from South Carolina. Congratulations to Cy and Gilbert. Again, you do need to be live and present here at the MegaCast to win. So hopefully you're here, and hopefully you just heard your names called out and you're excited. And with that, let's get things moving on to our next presenting team. We have the team here from Net Witness, not one, but two presenters to give you guys an interesting chat on the topic. We have got James Sobel. He's the Global Pre-Sales Lead of Incident Response, and Marco Fajan. He is the Principal Consultant. And with that, I'm going to let you guys take it away. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Marco and to James.
Hello, and thanks for joining us today. Welcome to the Building Your Ransomware Preparedness Plan with the NetWitness Incident Response Team. I'm James Sobel, and I'm here with Marco Fajan, and we're pleased that you were able to join us. We're looking forward to presenting to you today. Marco, you want to do a quick intro?
I wanted to welcome everyone to this meeting, and thanks for joining us.
Right on. Marco's one of our principal consultants. One of our heavy hitters. We have a team of folks like that here at NetWitness. We have a dedicated incident response practice with experienced incident responders, cyber crisis incident responders, analysts, and forensics experts. We've been doing this for a number of years. We've helped customers through thousands of incidents and all over the globe. So hopefully we can share some of that experience with you today. I'm James Sobel. I'm Global Pre-Sales Lead for our incident response practice. Marco, why don't we jump right in? We know ransomware is a topic that everyone is interested in. We've got some questions and some answers and some topics that we hope we can bring to the discussion here. And let's see what we've got first up. Ransomware is on everyone's radar, and I think one of the best ways we can start off today is to really just talk about our experience with incidents in general and how organizations should best prepare. What can they do? What's the top priority for an organization today concerning ransomware?
Yeah, that is a critical point for every company. We have a lot of experience in real cases where we helped the customer that already was encrypted or that they have already a problem with the ransomware gang that exfiltrate data and cipher all the system. And that is the last step that where everyone want to arrive and when every company want to be in the situation. So we recognize this as a critical difficult for every customer, and we tried to be very proactive on this sector. Something that we started to do is to support our customer to try to implement a better strategy against the ransomware. And the critical point that we see is that in most of the time, the companies don't have a real plan to go against the ransomware case. So we always needed to recommend them to have a dedicated plan, and we support them to create a dedicated plan. Something that we always recommend is to have a great balance from the visibility perspective. They need to know what's happening in their network. This is always a critical point. Have a complete visibility of the network, a complete knowledge of the network is critical, together with the support of the people that can read what they are seeing inside the network. And this needed to be balanced with the proper detection capabilities. That could be not only automatic, but should be automatic and people-based. Except this, you need to have a very good idea of an incident plan. What's happened when you have an incident? What's happened, especially when you have a ransomware incident? Because that is becoming common and common. You need to have something dedicated. You need to think the specific case of a ransomware incident.
Yeah. When I hear you saying that, I can. It's not a simple answer, right? It's not just a one thing. There's not just one silver shiny object that an organization can employ here. There are many things, and I know I've heard you and the team talk a lot, in my experience with the organization about how, customers need to be fast, right? You need to be fast and you need to be resilient, and all of the things that you mentioned flow into that. Not something, that everyone can easily attain, and certainly bringing somebody from the outside in to help out is warranted in most cases, right?
Definitely, having an external pair of eyes that is looking your situation, evaluating your situation, can help a lot. Have an external assessment from people that have a strong technical background, that have a capacity of go against the ransomware gang, that already see real cases, is one of the best approach that you can have, because you are putting an external person that is evaluating what you are not seeing for your blinded spot, and is helping you to resolve it. That is, in my opinion, one of the best preparation steps that you can do.
You're leading right into the next kind of point I know we wanted to make, which is, or organizations put effort into this, right? I mean, it's not that companies aren't trying. And I know many of the folks probably online with us here are part of those solutions, right? We're all part of the solution here. But attacks are still happening. This is still a problem. So let's maybe continue on. If I can get you to talk a little bit more about, what improvements, what areas to focus on, what's the most beneficial, work that an organization can do to get the best results in this area.
Yeah, to be honest, we still see a lot of companies that are protecting just their perimeter, completely ignoring what's happening inside the network. And that is one of the error that I can see in the protection plan. Again, the visibility must be full. You need to have a full coverage on your network. And from all the aspects, from the logs perspective, from the endpoint perspective, and from the network perspective, you need to know exactly what is happening on your network on all the aspects. And you need to properly maintain how many times you arrive on a customer that have a CM implemented, but it's not really function, or is just collecting data without any correlation or without any intelligence behind. So that's needed to be resolved, and that is critical point of preparation. And once you have the technologies, you need to be always sure that your people are able to respond on it. So you need to have a capacity of, it's like you need to train them, to keep them trained all over the time. So exercise like tabletop exercise and red teaming exercise, that's cool. That's very beneficial for your people, because that is the only way to keep the people still on the point, and continue to train them and test them against the real case. Otherwise, we risk to have, without evaluation of the people and technologies, we risk to have a false sense of security for our network, but we never tested it efficiently or properly. So we don't know what's happened in a real case.
Yeah, I'm fortunate to have been involved with the team as we've done some of these tests, and it is really illuminating to see, right? If your day job isn't responding to incidents at this level and in this fashion, right, it's really hard to be prepared. So when you're talking about having the visibility and then knowing how to use that visibility in a stressful situation, there's nothing like an assumed breach red team exercise. Okay, work on your perimeter controls, validate that those are working the way that they're supposed to, but in the case that they don't, or when that exception happens, now you, Mr. Customer, you internal security team, now you're dealing with an attacker. What now? How do you go about handling that? And that's why with the customers we've done that for, get so much value out of that exercise. It allows you to practice in that scenario without having any damage, but practice at the level that you're going to need to be at to deal with these scenarios. It's amazing to see, and it's truly one of the things that organizations can do to really improve in this area.
Yeah, definitely. And how many times we see a company fails on this, because you need to keep the people trained with real case and not just theoretical case. So this is what we try to do. Bring a real attack in the testing phase, not something that is purely theoretical. Bring the people that are not exposed to real case and hopefully will never be exposed on it, on the capacity to respond to it.
Yeah. Well, which brings us to, what do people do wrong, right? What are the big mistakes in both preparation and then in dealing with attacks, right? What do people do often, and what are the biggest and most damaging things an organization can do dealing with a ransomware strike?
Well, one of the is like in every other incident, one of the major mistakes that I see on the customer is to want to resolve too quickly. When we are talking about ransomware, the speed is extremely important. But start to act without having an idea of what is happening, a real idea of what is happening, could be still dangerous, also in a ransomware case. You need to use to be quick, but you need also to have a clear vision of what is happening. Without both the aspects, you are risking to cover just a part of the case and let the attacker inside, but still more hungry and ready to create more damage to your network. The second point is we tend to secure everything during the incident, but something that we tend to ignore is to have ready a secure communication channel, because if the attacker is inside our network, in most of the case, probably is compromising also our communication. So use Teams, use emails or Outlook. That could be quite dangerous. We need to have ready a communication channel that help to communicate from the security team and also with the consultant if the company is hiring consultant to operate and to support.
It's funny. I was just going to jump in and say, I do all this communications over Teams. The text command. A lot of the collaborative organizations and vendors have done a good job, right? We love using Slack. We love using Teams. We do all of this stuff that is outside kind of what I would call traditional pick up the phone kind of communications. So you're used to working that way. What happens when those things go away? I think that's a great point, and I've seen the team run into that scenario where it might be a delay, a substantive delay in decision making and response because we don't know somebody's phone number. We just can't get somebody on the line. It seems pretty simple, but I like how you're focusing on how a simple something you might take for granted in this scenario, once the communications have changed, once we're worried about the attacker monitoring us, could be very detrimental to how an organization fares in one of these attacks.
Yeah, definitely. And the last point that I want to highlight is the company tends to believe completely on the backups. But that is another mistake, because yes, your backup could be great. Have a backup is mandatory on these days. But how can you know that they are not compromised? You need to have a process to verify that they was not compromised or they are not compromised. So before to restore everything, you need to verify. You should not trust neither to your backup before to verify them in case of restore.
Yeah, what a horrible situation to be in, just to do all that work to recover and restore from the incident, depending on your organization size. This could be millions of dollars, right, in effort, and then just be reattacked right away because those backups were compromised or there was some element of persistent that the attacker dropped into the backups that allowed them to re-enter the organization. A very difficult scenario to be in, and one that I'm sure no one wants to have to face. So, we're here talking about these, activities that we've seen. You're relaying the experiences that you've been involved with and the team's been involved with. Do organizations really need outside help, right? Some customers have a pretty substantial capability. Maybe they can handle it. What are some thoughts and some ideas around, when and if and how you would need outside help?
Well, the problem is you can have a great cybersecurity team, very well trained and very prepared with the best people in the market. But the problem is always the exposition that they have to real cases. In our team, we managed last year multiple ransomware cases, and every person inside the team is focused over the year to multiple cases with different attack vector and different problems that was related to the attacks. So we had continuously a possibility to see how the attacker moved and identify different groups. Inside a single company, you have not these opportunities. You don't have opportunity to have the same visibility. And the stress that is generating an attack is something that you can never try, you are never trained for it. So you need to have someone that is trained, that live this stress multiple times in its life, multiple times during a month or during a year. Just to help you to avoid the most common error that you can perform during the analysis and during the remediation phase. So this is why it's always recommended third parties that is dedicated to this market. Also, maybe the third parties cannot provide you every single activities of analysis. You need always to collaborate with your team. So you must have a good team, but at the same time, you need to have someone that is helping you and driving you during the remediation phase and during the analysis phase.
Yeah, I love the term, dispassionate. Like, it's hard if your company is being attacked. It's legitimately difficult for you as someone on the inside, a security professional, even more so for your management and other folks who are unfamiliar with this, to be dispassionate and measured and to provide a sense of stability and continuity in the situation. That's definitely an area where an outside provider can come in. I've seen us do this in the past. It is a, we don't necessarily kind of sell on this value. We don't, I don't know that it gets enough credit, but our ability to just come in and provide a sense of calm, straightforward, measured, impactful guidance and activities can make a substantial difference. And then I know, and we could probably spend a lot of time on this, but there's the legal aspect of it. Many times you need a third party just from a legal perspective to be able to, whether that's you're trying to establish, some sense of privilege, whether you need that from a regulatory perspective or just as part of a best practice. It's often great to have third parties, whether you have a specialist or a generalist, or honestly, we often end up working with multiple firms. It's not just we got one organization to help us at the expense of maybe others. This is kind of a team event. And the last thing I'll say here, I know from our experience working with other organizations, and you kind of brought this up, Marco, I really loved it, is we're part of their team. It isn't that they just wait to call us until they have the worst problem, right? We work to integrate these things together. So we're working often with one another. That helps on the speed perspective, that helps us relay our skills and experience. It really does. It's a great way for an organization to upskill their capabilities and improve their ability, without, literally just hiring more staff. It gives organizations the ability to tap into that expertise, when and if they need it.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, before we go, I'll leave this slide up here for a second, but we've got some time left. So we'll kind of go to the phones, as it will, and see if we've got some questions. Let me look over here and see what might be up here. One of the things I see is a question around guidance for building and refining a ransomware defense capability, right? What are some of the out there best available items? Because there's a lot on this topic. So what are some of the things, Marco, you think some of the areas an organization or an individual might go look to start to kind of build a framework around their capabilities, or to maybe even refine them?
Yeah, there are a lot of framework around in the market, but I always try to recommend to follow the NIST. They just released the version 2 of their framework. That is very detailed, but can help you to have a clear vision of your situation and to improve a lot of change on your network and your defense capabilities. So that's definitely one of the best. Another one could be the CISA, or you can follow a lot. There are also a lot of industry best practice dedicated to specific industries or specific sector that you can follow. Each one is dedicated to a specific sector and needed to be followed by the company that are in that area. Follow one of the general one that could be NIST or CISA. That can help a lot and provide the best visibility, the best capability of improve the cybersecurity posture of the organization.
Yeah, and as I know you mentioned previously, and we were kind of talking over how things have improved, and these controls, these methodologies, this type there seems to be a broader, improving, common set of knowledge around these things in the areas you've mentioned, whether that's NIST or CIS controls, or others. There's a wealth of information out there. Those are great places to start. I'm looking at kind of our questions popping up. I'm seeing folks, asking around NIST. Do you mind just drilling into it a little bit? I know we don't have a ton of time, but NIST is related to, say, ransomware specifically.
No. When we talk about ransomware, we don't need to focus only on the ransomware aspects. We need to focus on the fact that it's an attack that is usually quick and sometimes noisy, but is improving also these aspects from the cyber criminal gang. So we needed to be sure that our network is secure. We cannot focalize only on the ransom aspects of the attack. We needed to consider the cybersecurity of our network in total. So this is why we try to adopt some generic, recommendation that is generic for the cybersecurity process, not only for the ransomware, not dedicated to the ransomware. Every aspect of the cybersecurity is impacting the ransomware attack. Starting from the remote access that you are offering, the transit of your data inside the network, every element is an element that can potentially help the attacker to move quickly and gain control of your system and deploy the ransom.
Yeah, I love that. And, that's, we often get tied up in the, especially people on my side of the business, we get all wrapped around the kind of the marketing of it. But when you dig under the covers just a little bit, I hope that gives everybody some solace, right? That we're not working on necessarily new things with ransomware. These are some of the same old items, just put together in a way that impacts your business differently. But the good news is a lot of the capabilities, a lot of the preventative measures, a lot of the detection and response capabilities are, work across cyber attacks, and are not just specific to ransomware. All right, time for one more question, and I see this a whole bunch out there, right? How, can you guys find the decryption key? How do I recover my data? How do I, what's the easy button to get out of this situation? Any comments on what you've seen when people have asked those questions?
Let me smile, because this is the first question that you have when you arrive on a customer. Every customer wants to have its data back. That could happen, but my initial answer is no, your data will never come back. It could happen sometimes. but is quite a rare case. Again, once your data is out of your network, is out of your network, so it's totally public data. Recover your machine, okay, you can recover. Maybe you are lucky and you find the key in the memory during the analysis. Mm-hmm. That is another element why the analysis is so important. Mm-hmm. You are able to recover something, but that is not granted, and is becoming more difficult over the days because the attacker are using more complicated way to encrypt over the time. They learn that you can have the keys from the memory, and they are avoiding every way to provide you this key to recover the data alone. So
it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But a reality of the scenario, yeah. I mean, just and I know it makes we're talking about this in a lighthearted way, but because it's it's something that's often asked about, and unfortunately we are unable to have that a straightforward fix, and it involves all of the things we've talked about today. It kind of goes back to our kind of first discussion point, which is there are many elements to an effective response. There's not one easy button to push, but the positive news here is that organizations can do things to really improve their ability to respond effectively, to improve their chances, and limit the impact on their business from these attacks. But they do have to take measures, and they do have to do things in the appropriate ways. And organizations like NetWitness Incident Response can certainly help. Can help you do that. And we appreciate everybody coming out today. Marco, any final thoughts? Any final comments?
Thanks to everyone to join this meeting with us.
Yeah, we appreciate you spending the time. We know this is a popular topic. We hope you've come away with some ideas. If we've stirred some interest in you want to talk about these concepts further, you can see our information there. Certainly come on out to netwitness.com. You'll find us out there. Be safe, everyone, and thanks again for joining us.
Awesome. Thanks again for being with us, you two. It's really great to have you, James and Marco. I've got another poll up that is just going to ask once again what additional information you might like from NetWitness about the NetWitness solution. So check that out there. Reminder about the handouts tab. If you haven't gone in and just downloaded everything already, well, this could be your time. But there is a product sheet. It's PDF. It's the NetWitness Incident Response Services. Reduce threat impacts and improve resilience is what it's going to help you do. So definitely check that out. Go give it a click, a download, and save it for later. I know there's a lot of resources here, a lot of information to take in. So I'm sure you're going to rehash some of this after today's MegaCast. Now, I do have another prize to give away. Again, you do need to be live and present with us here on the MegaCast to win. And we do have a $300 Amazon gift card going out to Sean Rank from California. Congratulations, Sean. And as always, we will be in touch after the webinar and let you know how you can claim your prize. Alrighty, well, thanks again to the NetWitness team. We're going to move things along here because we still have 5 more presenters. We are halfway, and thank you for all of you sticking out and being super interactive here. But with that, let's not waste any time and introduce the next team. From our friends at Rubrik, we have not 1, not 2, but 3 awesome presenters. We have Kev Johnson, the technical architect. He'll be doing a bit of a demo to show you what is up at Rubrik. We have Kim Lambert. She's the director of technical product marketing, essentially kind of running the show with the 3 here at Rubrik. And then finally, we have Christina Avrionova. She's director of technical product marketing will also be lending some knowledge and answering a few questions. So with that, I'm kicking it over to you guys at the Rubrik team, specifically Kim. I'll let you start things off. Take it away.
All right. Thanks, Robert. Good to speak to you all today. All right. So first off, I'd like to walk you through what typically happens during an attack, so you can see how it usually ends up playing out. All right, here it goes. See, attackers are penetrating perimeter defenses and they're locking down the data. And when that happens, you have two fundamental options. Option one, pay the ransom. Now, even if ransom demands are met, there's no guarantee that the attacker is going to provide the decryption key to unlock your data. And even if they do, that they'll provide it quick enough to get you back up and running as fast as your business requires. And if that doesn't happen, you end up paying the ransom. Now, option two, you can attempt to recover. And to do this, your IT and security teams will first try to turn to their backup data. But if that data is compromised by ransomware, you still may end up needing to pay the ransom. And even if you do have access to your backup, who's to say you can actually find the data anomalies to assess what applications are impacted? Could you find the last known clean copy of your data to recover? If you fail on both those fronts, guess what? Again, you may have to pay the ransom. So let's talk about that modern approach to data security rather than just having a backup solution and checking the box, how that can really help you answer these questions to recover your data safely and quickly. So you saw from Robert how despite investments in infrastructure security tools, cyber criminals are still getting through and they're taking down entire businesses. So these attacks are really shining a light on why it's so important to integrate data security into your data management platform and IT operations. It's important to take a zero trust approach to security, meaning trust no one and assume compromise, and to combine data security with infrastructure security to help fully secure your data and your business. Okay, so to do that, there's three necessary components, and Rubrik fulfills those requirements via SaaS-based Rubrik Security Cloud. And it's got three security pillars here, offering data resilience, data risk monitoring and observability, even integrating with popular SIEM and SOAR tools, including Microsoft Sentinel, to drive that collaboration between IT ops and SecOps. And then, of course, remediation and recovery of your data wherever it lives across enterprise, cloud, SaaS, plus the ability to avoid malware reinfection. And that's something that can be a real risk when all you have to restore from is a compromised backup. Okay, so when you think about being resilient, the first pillar, it's particularly relevant right now because, frankly, there's never been a more important time to focus on data resilience. We hear it from law enforcement, the FBI, CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and we even hear it from cyber insurance companies. But the thing is, legacy data protection solutions just weren't built to stand up to today's threats. So when you're assessing your cyber resilience, you really need to ask yourself questions like, can my global admin credentials be compromised? If everything becomes compromised, what is our fail-safe plan? Can my backups be discovered and seen by attackers if they were to get in? Okay, and then yes, I have data retention rules in place, but could they be modified or deleted by a threat actor, meaning that there'd be no data left to actually recover? So you really need to be able to protect your data. You need air-gapped, immutable access control protection, and we can provide that with Rubrik. Now, when we say air gap, a logical air gap is what's going to prevent data access and discovery. Encryption everywhere, that's something that's going to protect data at rest and in flight without impacting performance. Access control at every level, so that provides role-based access control and credentials protected by multi-factor authentication and time-based one-time passwords. Intelligent data lock, that prevents malicious mass deletion or even inadvertent deletion that can happen with human error. And this data security it's immutable by design. So it prevents unauthorized changes by storing data in a proprietary format and verifying integrity with continuous data checks. And finally, a zero trust retention lock. And that's going to prevent anyone from tampering with retention SLAs. And it utilizes the two-person rule for increased security. So all of this combined, it means that bad actors can't find the data because it's air-gapped. They can't change it because it's immutable. They can't see it because it's encrypted. And they can't access it because it's protected by MFA. And they can't mess with the rules because of retention lock. And even if they could, Rubrik would still save the day with intelligent data lock, which is going to keep all your data as a fail-safe for at least 7 days beyond the last admin action. But what's important to remember too is that securing the data isn't quite enough. You also need to be able to address data risks, and that means being able to answer some different questions, like when was the first entry of malware into our backup data? When did that occur exactly? Because I want to be able to restore my data to the absolute latest point in time before it was compromised, so I can minimize that data loss. Have there been any unusual deletions or modifications that are outside the norm? What's going on in our internal system data that could be an indicator of compromise? And then perhaps most importantly, what sensitive data, things like personally identifiable information, may have been affected if we're attacked? What's the potential exfiltration risk there? And for that, you've got data observability, our second pillar. So data observability sets out to search for ransomware, identify classified data exposure, and potential compromise. And so with ransomware monitoring investigation, we're using automation to detect data anomalies and encryptions, and even determine the type of infection and the scope of the attack. And as you know, as your volume of sensitive data just grows and grows, unwanted modification and exfiltration can expose you to greater risk of compliance failure, brand damage, especially when your actual visibility into where this data lives and who has access to it is limited. So our approach to sensitive data monitoring and management is to use over 60 built-in analyzers. We scan your data to help you better prepare for an attack, and then at the same time, meet regulatory compliance standards. And we talked about how it's definitely possible to reinfect production environments with the vulnerabilities that triggered an attack in the first place. And this happens often with legacy solutions. So when malware infection happens, it can then end up extending the time to remediate. And then it increases the risks, it increases the costs involved. So that's why Rubrik speeds up your incident response process by searching backups for known indicators of compromise with threat hunting. And these data observability tools, they integrate with automated recovery workflows. And that's important because at the end of the day, it's really all about whether or not you can actually restore your data quickly and get yourself back to that pre-attack state. And during any attack, the most common recovery questions there are things like, how do I streamline restores of those mission critical apps to minimize business interruption? How can I pinpoint the data that needs to be recovered? How can I limit my restores to just the data I need? And then, of course, how can I recover from a clean copy of my data? Now, our third and final pillar, data remediation, it does just that. So data remediation includes threat containment, where we're actually able to quarantine infected data. And that's effectively isolating the entire snapshot or individual files. You can then download that quarantine data to understand the root cause, the point of origin, and other details, and even control access to that data to prevent accidental reinfection. And in parallel with your forensic investigations, you can restore your applications, your files, your users quickly using predefined automated workflows for mass recovery. All right, so to really show you Rubrik's value here, I'm really excited to hand things over to Christina to introduce one of our newest features we announced in our winter release, which as a whole, I encourage you to explore on our website to get a real sense of the latest security innovations that we have for you for cyber preparedness. All right, over to you, Christina.
Thank you, Kim. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining our session. My name is Christina Avrionova, and I am also on the product marketing team here at Rubrik. So yes, let's take some time and talk about our latest offering, Rubrik for Cyber Recovery. Now, when you are hit with a ransomware attack, there are really two things you want to do. You want to be able to go back to business very quickly. You want to be able to restore and keep the business running. And of course, at the same time, you want to understand what has happened, when did it happen. You want to conduct your forensics. So with Rubrik Cyber Recovery, this is what we allow you to do. We allow you to restore your business operation using the last known clean state. You can take the output of ransomware investigation and understand when was the last clean copy so you can begin recovery. And at the same time, we allow you to move the data in an isolated environment so you can begin conducting out-of-band investigation, that you can start understanding when did the malware get in, when did the attack happen, and so on. Now, remember that statistic we shared with you a little while ago, that about 33% of executives and the chairmen of the boards believe that their organizations are not ready to recover from a cyber attack. Well, the other beautiful thing that Rubrik Cyber Recovery gives you is the ability to assess your cyber readiness. Again, by mounting the backup data in a separate environment, you can test, validate, and begin documenting the success of your recovery plans. You can create reports and you can share them with the executives so they know exactly how the situation will unfold. So in a nutshell, with Rubrik Cyber Recovery, you can recover faster and with confidence. You can test how your recovery plans will work with real live backup data. You can, again, mount this data in an isolated environment and you can perform your security assessments there easily. But really, the greatest thing about it is that you can, when you are hit with a cyber attack, you can begin restoring knowing your last clean copy. And at the same time, you can have in parallel those forensics investigations. But now I would like to pass it to my colleague, Kev Johnson, because he will share a great demo of Rubrik Cyber Recovery.
Let's take a look at what this looks like. This doesn't require any pre-building of any recovery plans. We can select any protected object for an ad hoc recovery, and if we need to, we can save this off as a recovery plan for those plans that you might need to repeat regularly. Once we've selected the objects to recover into our isolated recovery environment, or IRE, we get a brief description of what we're about to do, including a reminder to include any fundamental infrastructure services. Remember, this is all isolated, so there's no reaching out to production for DNS, authentication, or anything like that. We then select whether we're going to set up an IRE or if we want to do an in-place recovery. In-place recovery is what you'd use to bring all of the selected objects back into production as quickly as possible. With the relevant objects selected, we have a few options in terms of the point in time that we're recovering. By default, if there are any recommendations from ransomware investigation or threat hunting, we'll present the clean snaps by default. In this case, we're particularly interested in the snapshots that have been quarantined based on the results of a threat hunt. It's worth mentioning that once quarantined, these are unavailable for a regular administrator to restore. This helps to protect against accidentally reinfecting your production environment, but at the same time allows for a SecOps operator to recover for forensics in an isolated environment like this. We can obviously select any snapshots that we like, but being able to zero in on what you need without needing to go searching can really help you to save time if you're in firefighting mode. With the objects and the snapshots selected, we now need to select where we're going to instantiate the isolated recovery environment. First, I'll select the relevant vCenter server, data center, and vSphere cluster to use to provide the compute for the isolated environment, making sure that the isolated networks are presented to the hosts in the cluster. As we're using isolated networks, we have no need to change IP addresses and the like. We do have options to do this if we're overlapping with other sandboxes on the same isolated networks, for example. We don't need to specify storage as all VMs are running off Rubrik using the live mount capability. Our next port of call is to specify a recovery order. This enables us to ensure that the supporting infrastructure is ready before we start bringing up the application, database, web, etc. As you can see, we can also apply pauses between the different priority groups if this is required. Here, we're going to split our servers into the 3 groups. We have the option to execute post-recovery scripts as a part of this workflow too. This might be to trigger things like a malware scan, configure local logging. Remember, this is isolated, so you might not be able to get your application logs to your usual logging tool or anything else. As you can see, these scripts can be PowerShell or Bash based. If the required script already exists on the server at the point that the snapshot was taken, we can specify its path here. Alternatively, we can either upload a file for Rubrik to push to the server, or we can simply paste in the script here. So we can see here the script that is going to get pushed to this server. The final thing that we need to do is to give this recovery a name. We also have the option, as I mentioned earlier, to save the details of the relevant machines, networks and the like as a recovery plan, so we can easily run through this process again in future with the same contents. Once we give our recovery plan a name, we hit confirm to start our recovery into an isolated recovery environment. We can monitor the recovery progress through to completion and drill into each recovery for more details. Once the recovery is completed, we can connect in any other tooling required. These might be vulnerability scanners, malware reverse engineering kit, memory dumps, and literally anything that's needed to serve the purpose of the isolated recovery environment. Obviously, we're talking about a very specific use case here, but there's nothing to say that you couldn't use this to test patches, upgrades, etc., or anything else. The final area I'd like to highlight is the reporting capability. So when we were building out this solution, one of the challenges that customers mentioned regularly was having that capability to prove that you're testing your recoverability. With this in mind, it's super simple to export reports showing all that you need to satisfy your CISO or your cyber insurance provider.
Okay, thank you, Kev. So yes, recovery is very important because can you afford to wait? Can your business afford to wait weeks, months? Because we know that usually this is what organizations are faced with when they try to recover from cyber attacks. And now let me tell you the story, continue the story, or tell you how the story ended for Lang's Building Supplies. Guess what? It took them 25 minutes to restore their virtual machines. There was 0 data loss. And it took them 24 hours to fully recover. The attack happened over a weekend, so on Monday, they were back in business. And as Matt today, their CIO will tell you, Rubrik is not just about recovery from ransomware. It is the difference between survival and non-survival in this new digital age. And now let's play the little video of Payet so we can hear how their story ended.
Cyber attacks are paralyzing events. If we had to restore from our traditional backup systems before Rubrik, it would have taken weeks to months to get everything up and running. Rubrik saved us from paying a ransom. It never occurred to our team to pay a ransom, due to our confidence in Rubrik's ransomware recovery capabilities and immutable backups.
And lastly, the South Louisiana Community College. Remember, their servers were being encrypted. So with Rubrik, they paid $0 in ransom. And there was $0 data loss. And they were back in business for 2 hours. It took them 2 hours to fully recover. So yes, the students had to go back to class and they had to continue taking their exams. But as their director of IT, Nick Pietre, will tell you, without Rubrik, recovery could have taken weeks, which is exactly what happened to another college in Louisiana. They were completely out of luck and spent weeks recovering. Our situation was 100% contained in 2 hours. Yes, Rubrik makes that possible. And we have over 4,500 customers across so many industry. And yes, everybody's 100% protected. I invite you to go to rubric.com and you can read more customer success stories. You can watch more customer testimonial videos, and you can familiarize yourself in depth with Rubrik Security Cloud. And on that note, actually, we would like to thank you for attending our session today.
You are most welcome. Thanks for being here, Kim, Kev, Christina. So great to have you all on the MegaCast. We do not have the team sticking around for Q&A, but again, thank you for your questions, and the team is going to reach out afterwards about the Rubrik solution. You should see a poll up so that you'll know, or they'll know, exactly what sort of additional information you are looking for. Again, this is kind of your easy button, your wish list. Let them know what you would like to see, and they'll hand it right to you after today's event. That said, once again, we have got the handouts tab there. Today we have a link to Rubrik's data center. You're going to find many articles and resources on the Rubrik solution there. So if you do want to follow up and get in touch, it's quite a rich database of articles, videos, and of course, links to how you can get started and learn a little bit more about Rubrik. Now, I have a couple more prizes to give away as well. Thank you again for being here, for being engaged. It's so great to have you on. You do need to be live and present to win these prizes. So hopefully the next two names I read out will indeed be here live and present on today's MegaCast. A sixth $300 Amazon gift card is going out to Patrick McBride from Delaware. And an iPad Air is going out to Luis Lozano from Virginia. Huge congrats to you both, and we will get in touch shortly today after the MegaCast to let you know how you can claim your prizes. Alrighty, and with that, let's keep going. We have got our seventh presenter here today from Cloudian in the queue. I want to make some sort of comment about clouds and seven and seventh heaven or something, but nothing came to mind. So if you have a genius idea, throw it into the questions tab there and let us know how punny and intellectual you are, and save my brain for the day. Anyway, we've got Amit Rawlani. He is the Senior Director of Alliances and Solution Marketing. He'll be presenting, and we've also got Steve Yu from the team here to field any and all questions as well with Amit. So Amit, take it away, and Steve, I'll catch you for the Q&A in a few minutes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Amit Rablani. I am the Senior Director of Technology Alliances and Solutions at Cloudian, and I'm here to talk to you guys about the last line of defense against ransomware, which is Cloudian Hyperstore. Let's quickly first touch upon, some basics. What is ransomware? Ransomware is the biggest malware threat of our times. This is the threat that targets all users across all industries. It works by encrypting user data, business data, the source data, as well as the backup data, and makes it completely useless for business purposes. And then the hackers will ask for a ransom, holding their data for hostage, right? Payments are usually demanded in untraceable cryptocurrencies, which make it even more challenging and more, our times malware that is so unique, right? And if you look at it, I've got some statistics of why this is such an issue, how bad the problem is today, right? So if you look at on the left-hand top corner, I have some statistics on the top 10 industries impacted in 2023 by ransomware. It's very clear that this is a problem across the board, from software development all the way up to the government sector. Everybody has seen ransomware, and everybody has seen more ransomware attacks as compared to what they saw last year. Right? If you look at the bottom left-hand corner, you will see that the biggest jump in ransomware attacks by industry in 2023 came in the software development center. Now, the software development industry, their business is all about data. Okay, so it is very clear that Data is a prime target for these attacks. Similarly, in the financial services industry, which is deals with a lot of important financial data and what have you, there's that industry is right up there with the software development and so on and so forth. You can look across the board. Overall, there was about 70%, 73% increase in attacks in 2023 as compared to 2022. This was after 2022 was flat as compared to 2021. So the whole impact and the focus on ransomware attacks is going higher again, and this is something that all of our enterprises need to be very well aware of and take cognizance of, right? The overall amount of ransomware payouts in 2023 exceeded $1 billion, and that's a pretty big amount. And CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency of the DHS, now has an outstanding alert across the board to be aware of ransomware attacks and actually not pay them out because that only encourages more payouts to happen. So we have to take cognizance of that, and we have to do everything to avoid getting hit by ransomware attacks, and as well as keeping a data strategy that will help us get out of ransomware attacks as and when they happen to us. Right. So how does ransomware get in? Let's talk about that a little bit, right? 75% of the organization attacked last year had up-to-date endpoint perimeter security systems, but still rogue actors got in. The attacks are getting more sophisticated. They're going after primary data, but they also very clearly going after your backup targets. This is because the hackers now know that one of the strategies for company has been to go to their backups and retrieve a clean copy to get out of these attacks. But now they're going after your backup as well. So what are you going to do? And how does it start? It's typically a phishing attack of some kind. The rogue actor will send some kind of phishing email and get anybody to click on a suspect link and what have you, right? All it needs is one loose kink in your chain, and the hackers can get in, and that will compromise your entire security, right? So why would we spend so much time on training our employee base, getting all kind of defensive systems, antivirus in place? So why would somebody go in and actually click these systems? Well, there's many reasons for that, and what we've seen in the past is typically you can attribute some of these things to alert fatigues. There's so many different type of alerts that employees are getting in. It's not unusual that some of these kind of phishing emails will get through, some alerts will get through, and so on and so forth. You can attribute some of these things to poor password policies. You can have both spectrums of the password policy being issues where you can have overzealous IT teams wanting your passwords to be updated almost on a weekly basis, which tends to you getting forgetting passwords or just writing it down and sticking it on your desktop so that it's clearly visible, and so on and so forth. To the other end, where passwords are not changed for a long time, it's easy passwords that are allowed, and so on and so forth. So password policy is an important part of how the hackers get in. Then there's the aspect of untested software being allowed into your company, which is sort of a Trojan horse where you already have some kind of a backdoors built into this case, where somebody downloads a software and that's allowed to get installed on your enterprise systems. And then, of course, there's lack of segmentation in the networking itself, right? So there's a flat networks. They're easy to manage, but they allow malware to spread more easily. So that's another issue. Then you go into the misconfiguration, where you have your security policies on your routers and your systems misconfigured, and that could actually have gaps in your security profile, which will also let hackers in. And then, of course, inconsistent policies. You're trying to cloudify or move to the cloud, and there's poor security choices that are made, and it's inconsistent between one system versus the other, and that kind of creates another backdoor for the hackers to get in. So there are many different ways that ransomware does get in. You need to have a holistic approach, get every kind of security measure in place. But in addition to all of that, you need to also have a plan, assuming that you will get attacked, and then there will be a loose link in your chain, and there will be some kind of a breach that happens. And in that scenario, what is your posture in defending against ransomware? So that's where getting into the last line of defense comes very, very critical for all of us and our companies, right? So what is the last line of defense, and what are we talking about here? Well, the last line of defense today is for enterprise customers to have a good backup process, where the backup is done to a worm-based storage target, and that is a key to protecting against ransomware by being able to recover out of it. In fact, Forrester gives you a very clear indication that data immutability is a must-have feature to maintain business continuity in today's world. Immutable storage provides a sort of an air gap capability and an ability to ensure that data is only written once, ensuring integrity of the backup. Since multiple copies of the immutable storage are kept, object storage is a key repository target to provide such a cost-effective target for your needs. So definitely something that you guys need to keep in mind, that the last line of defense needs to be planned for, and that would be a backup copy to an immutable data storage system, which is typically an object storage system. So let's get into some of the things that we're here to talk about, and that is to take sovereign control of your data with an AI-ready multi-tenant secure hybrid data lake that comes ready with the industry's best data immutability capabilities baked, and that is Cloudian Hyperstore. Right? Meet Cloudian. Cloudian is an AI-ready multi-tenant secure hybrid data lake solution tailored for securely storing all your data for S3-enabled applications. This revolutionary paradigm in data management transforms your approach to capacity-intensive computing, providing highly secure shared infrastructure for large-scale data management and data analytics while keeping your data safe from ransomware attacks. So Hyperstore offers the industry's highest S3 compatibility. That is our claim to fame. Okay, it is pretty much, if you can think about it, the cloud storage, but in your own premises in a very, very secure manner behind your firewall, behind your security policies and profiles. With a modular peer-to-peer architecture, Hyperstore can scale limitlessly, both in capacity and in geographic reach. The military-grade security capabilities of Hyperstore are very well known. We started off with a lot of customers in the U.S. Department of Defense, and that required us to get a lot of the security features baked into the core of the product, and also get a lot of US DoD level certifications. This security gives you peace of mind for protecting your data, whether it's at rest, in flight, and also gives you tamper-proof data immutability for defense against ransomware. With the geo-distribution capability, Cloudian can span the globe so that you can scale non-disruptively to build a data lake with simplicity of a single point of data management. Award-winning cloud-native data management infrastructure that can be deployed anywhere. That's what you can actually get with Cloudian. It's within the data center or at the edge or even deployed in the cloud, right? And of course, it is hybrid cloud enabled with integrations built in with AWS, GCP, and Azure. So coming to the actual point in time, right? Ransomware, as we talked about, is increasing, and legacy storage solutions cannot form that last line of defense that you need to plan for and have in your defense mechanism. The attackers only need to succeed once, and when they do, legacy storage offerings are usually very, very vulnerable, and they will encrypt your data and also lead to data theft. Cloudian is self-protecting with data immutability built in. This prevents hackers from encrypting your data or deleting your data. Data is fully secured and forms your last and best line of defense against ransomware. Even a rogue administrator cannot harm it, right? Cloudian has the industry's best implementation of S3 object lock. That's how we do data immutability in Cloudian. We support the compliance mode as well as the governance mode for S3 object lock, and this is third-party certified to provide the industry best immutability capabilities to our customers. Data once stored in Cloudian immutable storage cannot be altered, encrypted, or deleted, and thereby this renders ransomware attacks futile, right? We have military grade security. We spoke about that, and this is tested and certified in the most demanding customer environments, such as financial services, banks, defense agencies. All of these highly regulated industry and regulated data customers trust Cloudian with their data intrinsically. Right. It is, however, not enough to just have a software feature like object lock and say that your data is completely immutable. With storage systems being software defined, hackers, when they get into your system, they can just technically go into at the OS level or the root level and delete the entire storage system. And that will render any kind of data immutability solution ineffective. Well, when we ship Cloudian in the worm mode or the data immutability mode, we also enable secure shell for defending against intrusion and disable root access, which means that even an administrator cannot go into the system and delete your entire storage system, thereby rendering any kind of attacks unsuccessful in trying to tamper with your data. So this is all based on the security profile that we put in our software and how seriously we take our solution against ransomware protection. We do support all the data backup systems that support S3 from Veeam, Rubrik, Commvault, IBM, Veritas, Cohesity. All of these work seamlessly with Cloudian, and everything together working with Cloudian as a target can give you that end-to-end data immutability solution that is key for creating your last line of defense against ransomware. From a deployment option perspective, I've mentioned this a couple of times. Cloudian is a software-defined storage. You can deploy Cloudian on the platform that you prefer. So we do work with most of the system vendors from HPE, Lenovo, Supermicro, QCT, Dell, Cisco. We're certified on each of these vendor platforms, or you can actually even run Cloudian in a VM and or in the public cloud. If you so wish, Cloudian does offer pre-configured solutions of our own appliances in 1U and 4U configuration for performance systems, performant hard disk-based systems to deep high capacity systems in 4U configuration. We also support all flash configuration for high performance workloads. So finally, I'm going to leave you with a couple of points that we've already talked about. Cloudian is the next generation storage platform for unstructured data, combines a cloud native architecture with unified management environment, scalability from edge to core, and more importantly, the highest level of security that you can offer in an on-prem object storage system with military-grade data security validated in US government testing and integrated ransomware protection with object lock, the best implementation of object lock for on-prem systems to keep your data safe from hackers and encryption. With that, I've come to the end of my presentation. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to reach out. I've put a couple of ways you can follow Claudian along, and we'll be happy to talk to you and give you any more details. Thank you.
Hello. Sorry about this, everyone. I think my mic was not live, so if you missed that, I do want to say a big thank you to Amit. It's been great to have you on, great to get your point of view on this topic. And I do have a poll up there. So again, this is your wish list. This is your way to get exactly what you're looking for from Claudian here after today's MegaCast. And with that, Steve Yu from the Claudian team is here to join me on Q&A. Steve, are you ready to handle a few questions from our live audience today?
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely. Okay, awesome. So first one here I have says, okay, this is about object lock projects data from being held for ransom. So what about data exposure? Personal, it's a little bit long. So personal data getting leaked is just as bad and damaging. How does Claudian storage prevent that from happening?
Safeguarding of sensitive patient information and medical records, or financial records, have really strict HIPAA requirements and regulations. Claudian Hyperstore provides extensive security features that make it possible to deploy and operate a cost-effective storage that adheres to those standards. Additionally, we have SSL connectivity that's encrypted. We have AES 256 server-side encryption for the data that's stored at rest. As Amit mentioned, the secure shell can be enabled even before the device enters the actual customer's data center rack. We have IAM-enabled role-based access controls, same thing as AWS, and audit trail logging. And as Amit mentioned, you can't even log into the host even if you logged into it, you can't log into it, so you can't even delete it. So, yep.
Okay, I've got a follow-up question here, which kind of ties in and maybe got covered a bit. But question here is, how does this solution protect against employees who have left or disgruntled employees?
Oh, right. I did mention. I just mention it. But when you ship it with the secure shell, it's blocked access. It's in appliance mode, so there's no actual operating system that the rogue employee could access. And even if they could, the data is mutable anyway. I think the only way they could do anything about it, honestly, is if they had physical access, but that's a different level of security.
Yes. Okay, excellent. And next question here is from Marek. Yes, our organization uses tape for protection against ransomware. How is the solution you're talking about here different or better?
So the issue with tape is a few things. The retrieval process is one. So if you're offsite at the tape, sure, you're protected air gap and immutability. But the other thing is sometimes tapes get corrupted, so you do need to do an integrity check every now and then. The other thing I would say personally is tapes change generations. So sometimes you might have to do, if you were a long-standing institution, you have to do tape migration. So from 5 generations ago, you recover it, and then you need to import it into a newer generation tape device.
And how easy is that? Like, are those migrations, were they built that way from the start, or is that going to be something that can cause you some data loss or some serious time to do?
I've actually been at a few places where they were doing a tape. I don't know what you would call it, like converting a DVD to a Blu-ray to like that kind of data conversion. I'm not sure what that process is called, but I've been at a few companies that do it. It's not fun. But what Cloudian does is, since it's infinitely scale object storage, for you can use heterogeneous equipment. So just adding newer servers that still support x86 and hard drives, it's all compatible. So you would just add it and then retire the old equipment, but the data would still remain accessible.
Okay. All right, excellent. A couple more minutes here, so I'll pose you a couple more questions here from the audience, and then we'll go from there. So someone here is asking that they said, so while hackers cannot say encrypt or delete any of the data, is the owner able to do that? I would assume yes, but I'll let you answer.
That's actually a great question. We do have it come up quite a bit. So, like for example, if you were an MSP and you did offer data immutability, but your customer has left, or like in worst case scenario, they weren't paying the bill anymore, there's no reason for you to have it and for them to have it. There is a way to do it to allow the owner to do it, but there's like you have to call in and make a lot of phone calls to even have this option available. So it is possible. It's just the process is not super easy. It's designed that way on purpose.
Okay, I mean that makes
That is a good question, though. Yeah, it is a good question.
Excellent. Okay, one more. Let's see. This one says they might have missed this, but how does Cloudian assist users in meeting regulatory compliance requirements such as GDPR or HIPAA?
I'm not. We're certified for HIPAA for sure. For the GDPR, that one I believe is data sovereignty, so you're required to keep the data within the country. So that one is if you deploy Cloudian in, like, let's say you're Europe or whatever, and you deploy the Cloudian in Europe, you can assure it wouldn't assist in the way of a network audit, but you control all the data. So I guess it's weird in that way. Like you have data sovereignty because you own all the data, but you can't guarantee you control the pipes. That would be a different department.
Gotcha. All right, excellent. So final question I'm just going to ask for you is if people have been here and they enjoyed the presentation, they're curious about getting started with the Cloudian, where should they go? How can they reach out? What can they do?
Oh, well, much like any of the other people on this in this presentation, you could just come to our website and just ask, and more than happy. You can also just reach out to me or Amit directly if you guys want.
Perfect. LinkedIn or email?
Yeah, any of them.
Alrighty. Perfect. Well, with that, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much for being here to field those questions, and looking forward to having the Cloudian team back on an upcoming webcast.
Thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Take care, Steve. Alrighty. And with that, don't leave things out in the air. You want to make sure you have all of the information and all of the tools from today's MegaCast at your disposal. So hop over into the handouts tab and grab the PDF from Cloudian there. This is a ransomware protection buyer's guide. So facts, myths, and real world examples of how to protect your data from ransomware. Great way to follow up on the conversation we just had with Steve and Amit. Again, thanks to the Cloudian team. And with that, I have one more gift card here to give away before our next presenter hops in. We have got a $300 Amazon gift card going out to Nathan Torrey from Michigan. Again, we will follow up and let you know how you can claim your prize after this. And with that, I am going to bring on our next presenter. Our next presenter here is from Pure Storage, probably a familiar face to some of you who have attended some of these megacasts or ecocasts in the past, but also just a well-known individual in the cyber resiliency space. So we have got here Jason Walker. He is the global practice leader of cyber resiliency at Pure Storage. And Jason, I'm so excited to have you on. Are you ready to rock?
Am I ready? I was hoping that I didn't have to actually physically hop in to the presentation, but
I
I'm
was
raring to
hoping
go.
you'd have something rigged up, you know.
Well, let's just imagine. Hey, whoop, there we go. I did it. I jumped in and ready to rock and roll. Uh, as Mackenzie said, I am Jason Walker, and we're going to talk about cyber resiliency. It's a broad topic, and that's part of what I want to talk about here. But just real quick, as you say, well, who is this guy? Mackenzie said, who is he? I've been in the data protection resiliency space for probably too long than I should admit. Old enough to know who the two gentlemen are in the picture there with me, for sure. And I joined Pure Storage in 2019 to begin bringing this entire practice to bear as Pure was being brought in, and we were being brought in to address what ended up becoming really the NIST framework, and starting with Recover. I have a lot of background in Recover, and but generally bringing the other pillars of the NIST framework to bear. You have your SIMSOAR and detect and respond, and the XDR EDR. You've got your protect pillar, and you've got the identify pillar. And there's some logos on the page that tell you, all the people that you can deal with on there. And as we talked about these pillars with our customers, it was very clear that things could go off the rails really quickly. And with we talked to customers, and they would be on one pillar or another pillar, trying to get their arms around all of it, and addressing it in some way, and just kind of in the way that we are in this business and have been for 3-4 decades of trying to protect data from malicious or even accidental type of events. It can get pretty woolly pretty quick, and when we consult and talk to our customers and prospects, anybody that brings me in, we've talked about having a plan, and back when I started, and I loved hearing about tape on a previous one. It was it seemed very complicated even then, but it was pretty simple. You wrote your data off the tape, and somebody put it in their trunk probably, and drove it off site maybe, and the idea was bring it back when you needed something. And over time, and especially in the last 10 years, things have gotten very, very complicated. Makes those times look like renting a VHS from somewhere out there, and so it's become really complicated to try to understand how to put my arms around all this and answer the question to people in my company to say, is my data safe? How is it safe? How do we know it's safe in there? And so we talked about this concept of governance, and the NIST update that just came, the 2.0, puts that in perspective too, and says, look, you should have the ability, you should have the ability to establish and monitor your risk management strategy, expectations, policies, whatnot. You should have a plan that goes beyond just the single person that was responsible for it 20 years ago. And, it should really involve almost everybody in the company, all the way up to the board, to have a good framework around it. So they added the govern piece to that to put our arm around, which was great, because that's what we were talking to customers about anyway, having that governance, building a practice inside of the organization around, governance around identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. And also added some interesting things in the 2.0 framework about recovery and being able to verify the types of data protection going on, verify the plans to recover in an instance of an event, whether that's in a clean room or something of that nature. And so the NIST 2.0 framework brings that governance to bear. But the complication in our business is that, along with the practice growing like that, and going away from the simplicity of of somebody's trunk and taking tapes off site is the fact that there are thousands, tens of thousands of products and companies out there that can help. And everybody does, certain things well out there. So as a business, how do I do this? How do you navigate all of this? Because things can get complicated very quickly, as I said, but also you can go too far down one pillar and really get stuck. And when you're bringing projects upline, or if you're a board member listening right now, you say, we've gotten thousands of groups in our company that are proposing purchases, and they're all in the name of cyber resiliency, cybersecurity. And are they effective? How do I know? I mean, there's just literally, the landscape is so broad. What do you do? So what we, at Pure Storage, certainly, we can help. I mean, we're going to talk about how we can help. But the first thing we talk to our customers about is simplifying. First of all, slow down. And as part of that governance piece of that, simplify the areas that you want to address. Okay. And we talk to customers about visibility. Do you know what your data is and how you protect that specific data? How do you classify it? How, do you have most important data, and do you protect it a certain way, or is it one size fits all for your approach? Do you know the data you have and how you want to protect it? And then, we'd say, hey, then there's a bucket of control or resiliency in there. How much resilience is in your environment? How much do you have control over that? Is it in a single spot? Not many people do that anymore. But is it in a single place where if there's an outage, you're impacted and you've lost control of that data? You've lost and there's no resiliency in there. Is it multiple sites? Is it multiple places in the same site? How much resilience is in your environment? And then how much reduction? And I'm not just talking about it as in long-time data protection. I'm not just talking about deduplication or a data footprint, but how much duplication is present in your world? Multiple networks, multiple sites, silos of data, and as more duplication occurs inside an environment, the bigger the attack plane for malevolent events. So the idea is, how can I continue to consolidate and shrink things down so that I can protect my area better? You can see it almost like a fort. How big? If it's so broad and wide, it might be very difficult in that. And gosh, we have same things in different areas, and how much can we bring that in line? And reduction is a key piece in there. And then finally, the area that we've gotten into, I mean, we've looked at a lot: adapt, recover, and respond. Now, how ready are you for an attack event? I talk about 20 years ago, we weren't talking about recovering 50%, 75%, 100% of your data center in there. But now you have to be ready in that. And what are your response strategies? How often do you review? Do you even have a schedule on how often you bring the executives together to go over the plan, to say, hey, who's going to make these calls? Something else has come up in the next, who knows what we'll be talking about in the next 12 months that has added into the discussion, the plan. How, reviewing that. How often do you do tabletops? How often do you do, sit downs with even the board and review these things? And of course, how fast can you recover and there, adapt, recover, and respond. And so having these, as we talk to our customers, how do you simplify things, put things in different buckets? And what that does is it gives you a more simple approach to each of these as you strategize to protect yourself in the NIST framework, and it gives you a point of reference as to, okay, we know we need this. Which bucket does this go? Oh, we need faster recovery. Okay, that's adapt, recover, and respond. That goes in that bucket. And then if you're bringing these proposals up line for approval, you can tell the approver, whether that's the board itself or an approver below the board to say, hey, this is in our adapt, recover, and respond. Here's what we think it will impact, and this is how we want to review it the next time we sit down. And that's as a board member, that keeps things simple, and it gets you out of acquisition fatigue. If you get thousands and you have no idea, is it even working? It helps simplify things for the board, and that'll help you get more things approved. And it'll challenge yourself to say, do we really need this? And does it fit into this? And what does it build? And what's the expected outcome? Just great simplicity in an ever growing, ever chaotic type of approach. That's what you can do to be able to address that. So that's great. And, like I said, at Pure Storage, hey, we've got ways to help there, of course, in there. And we've continued to build in and grow our own cyber resiliency capabilities to help our customers. Because you all are asking, you're not just asking company A or company C to do certain things, or maybe you are. But as you work to reduce the attack plane, you're asking us to do more. And that's exactly what we do in there. And, part of it's in the tiered resiliency, which we'll dig into a little bit, being able to create multiple copies very easily of data without a large footprint, but building in that control, that resiliency in there, using snapshots or asynchronous replication, zero RPO, near zero RPO, containers as you go along, and as a service type methodology. And of course, your last line of defense, as I heard in a previous segment, last line of defense, still very important, because this is where you're probably going to have to plan to recover that, 75%, 100% of the data center. And that's in the, backup and recovery, and being able to rapidly restore at scale a footprint in there as well. And of course, wrapping that around smart ransomware protections, data security. How are you protecting? I'm going to put this data in your hands. How are you protecting that? And then also a key bit in cyber resiliency to consider is also being able to be agile, operationally agile. Do I know my data? Getting into that visibility bucket. Can I see the data? Do I know whether it's being protected properly, et cetera? And Pure offers, all of these things across the board in cyber resiliency, and gives you a model of flexible consumption to be able to, take up line of the board and say, hey, that's what you need. So looking at it from a timeline kind of deal, if you look at that RPO, RTO continuum, we're here to help on there, build that resiliency, add into that control bucket in there. Again, around zero RPO with something like active cluster pods, or near zero with active DR in there, continuous replication there. Just being able to take smart local snapshots, metadata, high data reduction, and being able to protect things from that measure is very critical. And with Pure, we offer that. Okay, well, I'm going to do this. How do I protect that from cyber criminals or the compromised admin, or the accidental admin who deletes things that they shouldn't? Pure brings to bear a technology called Safe Mode, which protects those snapshots and the schedules from malevolent events and accidental events as well, and creates an authorization gap where you can't just have the keys of the Pure Kingdom and eradicate that data. It's a critical piece that gives you kind of an immutability plus, a bonus, if you will, protecting all of this with Safe Mode. And of course, synchronous replication, being able to do DR as a service, being able to take care of my VM environment and automatically put that in the cloud. And of course, being a rapid restore at scale target for your traditional streaming backup and recovery. And we talk about all the things that are being built in to the data control planes, our friends in the traditional backup or data management, or now cyber resiliency. Everybody's kind of going there and adding things in to be more resilient, because you, the customer, you, the procurer, are asking us to do more. Give us everything you got. And everything that data control plane is adding in, all the great things you hear them talk about, all require very fast read. We talked about writes forever. Like when we were going to tape, it was always about getting it off and getting it off of the host and checking the box for backup. But now restore is as important and even more critical in there. And all of these extra stuff that they put into it, that are putting in for security and whatnot, requires fast read. So you have to consider the target that you're putting this data, that you're hosting it on as a source and as a target. Can it deliver the type of recovery, adapt, recover, and respond that is necessary, not just today, but be a predictable platform for me for the next 10 years. So out of the box, Pure does this very well. And you can start with it. You can have everything out of the box with that timeline that I was able to show before. This gives you kind of a visual graphic on that, where you have that data center. There's those snapshots protected by safe mode. You can have it active. But let's say we have customers that do that and have been doing snapshots, protecting them in safe mode. But over the last few years, the notion of cyber insurance and cyber insurance claims and it have come up and have become a big market, and that's great. You want to protect yourself, you want to recover costs where you can. But what we've also seen in the last 12 to 24 months is that a lot of times, if you are attacking you and you want to file a claim, there's going to be like police tape around that array, and they say, "Well, hold on, don't change anything until we can check it out." Or if it's a federal case, maybe the FBI comes in and says, "Whoa, don't touch anything." Well, what do I do? So a lot of our customers have been smart and sent to building that resiliency, that control, have been sending those snapshots regularly to a second site, kind of a snapshot repository, to be able to run things from that site if necessary. It doesn't need to be high availability, but it protects them in the aspect of a police tape type situation. That's great. That's great. And for our customers that are subscribers, we actually have a ransomware subscription service where, not that we're providing ransomware to anybody, but in the event of an attack, you're protected. Pure will send a clean array and a service personnel in there to install and consult in case of that situation. So it was a much of an issue to bring a service to bear around it. So consider that. And then you have your third tier. Say that last line of defense, your target for backup and recovery, and you can protect that also with if you're using object, you can use the object lock API. Plus, we do a couple of other things too to protect on the attack vectors of overwrite. We can do freeze locked objects in there, and we protect the bucket itself with a retention lock to be able to put safe mode on that bucket as well to prevent a denial of service attack. Great stuff. And of course, you got the data bunker. You still want to go off the tape or into the cloud. That is a good strategy as well. But give yourself some tiered resiliency in your environment if you don't have that today, and give yourself more options as you go along. Okay, that's it for me. That is, I'm ready to take any. There's got to be questions that come out of such a provocative type of conversation there, and tiered resiliency.
No, Jason, nothing.
Nothing. That means I aced it. That means I aced it and provided every bit of answers.
It's a double-edged sword, right? If you give incomplete information, everyone's going to ask you questions. But if you do too good of a job, they'll be like, "I'm satisfied." So,
well, I'll summarize real quick. Simplify, whether you're with Pure Storage or not. Simplify your approach to the NIST 2.0 framework. Give yourself proper governance. Have tabletops. Every year with the executives. Maybe every 2 years with the board. Evaluate your acquisitions, evaluate what you're doing there. I mean, like I said, whether or not you come with Pure Storage, obviously we're ready to help, and we provide elite solutions around all those buckets to be able to help out, adapt, recover, respond, give you some resilience around there and visibility into your environment.
Amazing. No, you've been fantastic. You definitely did stir up some conversation, and we have some questions for you. So I am just going to cue over to the poll. So if anyone's out there looking for some more information from Pure Storage, just answer in the poll what you're looking for, and the team will get it to you right away. And with that, you just mentioned about the board. I have a question here that says, how do you approach the board for things like budget and resources when discussing cybersecurity readiness?
Yeah, well, first, simplify. Like I said, you want to keep things simple and educate the board about what you're going to do from a governance standpoint and get approval there. And that way they know what to expect when you come up line. And then when you do that, be sure you're very clear about what you're wanting to do, what bucket what it fits into, and how you're going to evaluate effectiveness around that. And that will speed your acquisition. It'll give you, as from a personal brand standpoint, it will definitely build your personal brand to be that coordinated and that organized as you go up. And it'll make it easier if you're a board member, you're probably listening going, yes, please. Please be organized. And it helps. It helps, and you're probably not saying you will get more budget, but you're more likely to as you go if that's your approach to it, because I know you're good soil. What you're bringing forward is good soil to lean into.
Amazing. That's great. Great answer on that. Okay, next question is, how do you mitigate risk when third parties are involved?
Oh, sure. This is what that's a good question. Because like I said, it's sometimes cyber criminals, and sometimes it's compromised admin. So you do want to educate. You want to educate your internal folks, but when you're using a third party, and that brings kind of a secondary type of point where I like the idea of having a regular partner in with us to be able to go through and analyze some of these projects that are coming up, kind of help look forward in that. And that's great. But also I like to have a second kind of one that's not as embedded, also to provide, new kind of data points and new things. So how do you protect, when third parties are involved, and maybe it's an educator, something like that? I say, this is what our guidance is: treat them just like an internal employee, like they have all the keys to the kingdom. Don't back off anything just because they're not your employees. Absolutely. You keep it, you mitigate that reduce that attack plane, and decrease your risk by treating them just like you would one of your employees.
Okay. No, that's great advice, because I think sometimes we want to be a good host and maybe not put them through all of the things you would as an employee, but definitely keep yourself.
Yeah. Tracking to audit, all of that stuff. Definitely.
Amazing. Okay. Another question here is, when preparing your cybersecurity readiness strategy and plan, what should you consider as the top 3 steps to take when you are hacked, and what departments should be engaged or notified first? It's a bit of a big question.
Yeah, no, but that's very specific in the event. And, obviously you want to tell your superior first, and let's get that, you get in the boat, and then, you want to tell, you're going to want to tell your CEO, let them know what's going on, and, probably the board as well. And, these events are no longer, kind of onesie twosie type of file or anything. These are big events, and they're very costly. And if you're prepared and you're continuing to prepare, notifying them shouldn't be so risky to say, oh, I don't want to tell them. You definitely want to, but you tell your boss, and then, notify your CEO, CIO, and then, let them contact the board.
Okay, excellent. Well, I think we don't have any time for too much more in terms of Q&A with you, but I came up with this idea yesterday of a mic drop moment while I was on MegaCast. So I want to give you your mic drop moment here, Jason. Is there anything you want to leave the audience with, or some sort of big idea, some call to action?
Yeah, I mean, I know I let that out a little bit, but all these things that are going in require a very performant platform. Take the time as you're looking at those buckets, you're simplifying to understand who's going to bring the most performant platform, most predictable and performant platform. 3 Ps right there. That's a big mic drop right there. Being able to be performant and predictable platform, Pure Storage, a 4th P right there. Bam.
There we go.
We'll bring it to bear. Do yourself a favor. Give us a call. Get on our website. Get the information. Talk to your Pure Storage rep today.
Awesome. It's an absolute pleasure to have had you here. You've got such great energy and, again, great information. Thanks for coming on.
Appreciate you having us.
A pleasure. See you next time. Alrighty, with that, we do have a white paper in the handouts tab from Pure Storage. This is titled Modern Data Protection with All the Benefits of Flash, and it covers how competitively priced Pure Storage is, and an all flash storage solution will safeguard your data and deliver fast, reliable recovery. So, great way to follow up with our chat here with Jason. And if you do want to kind of get things started, again, that is a great way to do it. I do have a couple prizes to give away, and then we are nearing the end of our MegaCast. So bear with me. You do need to be here live and present to win these prizes. So if you are out there, I hope you hear your name called. Our 8th $300 Amazon gift card is going out to Miguel Hernandez from Puerto Rico. And our 4th iPad Air is going out to Joshua Clausen from Nebraska. Congratulations to both of you, and we'll definitely be reaching out after the MegaCast today to let you know how you can claim those prizes. And with that, let's keep the show on the road. Another familiar face from previous MegaCasts and events, if you've been in the audience before, is Anthony Dutra. He is the technical marketing engineer over at Zerto, which is a Hewlett-Packard enterprise company. And I'm super excited. Anthony, I'm going to let you take it away and then be on for some Q&A with you once you wrap. So the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this MegaCast on building your ransomware preparedness. I'm Anthony Dutra, and I'm here to talk to you today about elevating your cyber defense strategy with Zerto. So let's dive just right into it. What I love to talk about within these presentations and what I hear a lot about today is these many different industry challenges. And you can see a lot of sort of mind-boggling statistics that you should be aware of on the slide there. And a lot of these shouldn't really be a surprise. I think the first one, and I don't think I can go a day without hearing about another ransomware attack, is the rise of these many different ransomware and cyber attacks that are happening. You can see the IDC reports of around $265 million just across the industry by 2031 that this is going to cost businesses. And I think I just seen another statistic not too long ago. Recently, daily is almost about, on average, $2 million that a ransom will cost an organization. And of course, that number is only growing. Sort of pair this problem with the disruptions and data loss that just come from unplanned disruptions, such as like earthquakes, floods, things, human error, ways that people sort of bring down IT infrastructure without even knowing. And it impacts really all enterprises, but small to medium businesses more in particular. You can see another sort of staggering statistic there from IDC. On average, $250K an hour. That's lost sort of data based on, that is important to revenue. That's lost time of rework for people to have to bring that infrastructure back online. It's a lot of money to be disrupted. and a lot of organizations are seeing it today. And now pair these two things with the growing infrastructure complexity and just the capital intensive operations that are coming from not necessarily understanding cloud complexities or how do we exactly adopt the cloud. And you can see some sort of staggering statistics from Gartner there. IT is spending a ton of money on trying to get these things right, and they are sort of struggling to do so alongside the problem of ransomware as well as data loss and just regular disruption. So from time for years now, over a decade, Zerto has been helping organizations solve this problem with our continuous data protection platform. So whether it is a disaster, so with disaster recovery itself, giving you the ability to replicate and recover very quickly your virtual machines is the underpinning of what CDP does. But now when we start looking into things like ransomware resilience, we are now able to add on top of that CDP things like analytics and cyber recovery technologies that allow you to be much more flexible and responsive and even almost proactive in much of your ransomware preparedness itself. And of course, we've helped a lot of organizations solve that sort of multi-cloud mobility problem of giving them that freedom to move between multiple different platforms, again, being mainly a software agnostic tool, right? As you can see, the many different providers that Zerto itself runs on. And of course, wrapped all together in this, we allow for the automation, orchestration, and you can see all of the analytics that comes to do with your data protection with Zerto from this one platform and one tool. So how do we do it? How have we been doing it for over a decade? What makes Zerto very unique, and what you've seen earlier is this idea of our continuous data protection. So what we do is at the hypervisor level, basically take virtual machines and in real time, not only checking if they have something funky going on with them in terms of anomalous encryption detection, but we're also able to now replicate and move those VMs without having to do snapshots at the array level, without having to install agents on each VM and having to schedule the moves of them to these many different platforms. Zerto allows you to take your virtualized applications and replicate them to many different sites without the need of these sort of overhead intensive technologies that are similar alternatives. And we do so in, as I mentioned, an application-centric sort of manner. As we know, an application is not just made up of one virtual machine running in your infrastructure. There's a front-end VM, there's a database virtual machine, maybe a file server that's associated with it. And all of these virtual machines need to come back up together in order to restore at a time that is most useful to the organization. And that's what Zerto does really well. We group those virtual machines and bring them all back online at the same time with right order fidelity, validation, all that good stuff across each of the application, ensuring that there isn't any problem with the app coming back online as quickly and operationally efficient as possible. And we're able to do all of this with our unique journaling capability, which is the underpinning of our CDP itself. So Zerto, through its own proprietary technology, groups those virtual machines together. We are able to replicate them to one site, many sites, wherever you would like. And then almost like a DVR, I'm not sure if I'm aging myself a bit there, you can roll back to these many different checkpoints really within seconds and come back online to, again, a point in time that is as close to the disruption, before the disruption has occurred, as possible. Compare this to things like a snapshot or a backup, where you're going to have to suffer some hours of data loss in order to restore from those particular mediums of data copies. And we, again, are now doing so with our anomalous encryption detection as close to real time as possible, allowing you to respond and recover to ransomware as quickly as possible. Here is a little bit more about that anomalous detection itself. Again, there's that DVR-like menu that you almost see there, seconds of recoverability that you can roll back to. And what Zerto does now with the most recent release of Zerto 10, we say, hey, yo, this checkpoint looks super suspicious. Do not go here. Here's a clean checkpoint that you should roll back to. Click that or something sooner for you to roll back. Customers are already using it today. It is giving them an extra layer of confidence when they are thinking about cyber recovery, cybersecurity, and Zerto's part in calling out things that might look weird in your environment. And the reason why we've been sort of that leader in disaster recovery is because we're able to innovate on top of the CDP, as you've seen with the sort of anomaly detection, but we're also able to do a lot of these other things, which makes, again, the automation and hands off of the failover and coming back online a lot easier for the IT teams. So you can see they're like re-IPing, being able to set up pre and post recovery scripts. So once you bring everything back online, you can also attach like a little coding script to it to do whatever else you need to bring the application back online to a better state. You're able to layer on these sort of many different features within Zerto to make your job easier in the event of a disaster. And it's really a simple recovery for a lot of those softwares that you see there. The database software is SAP. Literally everybody uses that. Zerto is known to recover those architectures in a very fast and formidable format. One great use case of this is with an organization called Tenkata. Basically, they had a ransomware attack, 2 of them. The first one happened before they used Zerto. It took them over 12 hours of data loss and 2 weeks to recover. The second one happened after they put Zerto in place. And you can see there the quote from the systems engineer himself. He said he knew he had a way out with Zerto. This quote is actually even further. He said he was laughing the second attempt at the ransomware because he was that confident in his ability to recover, get back online, and not have to worry about what he suffered through before. So Zerto is able to do this. Again, this continuous data protection across these many different platforms. Of course, for your own sort of DR private on-premise environment, you can use Zerto to replicate between your 2 infrastructures. Or if you're looking to do a sort of one-to-many replication up to a public cloud provider, natively in AWS or Azure, to another robo site or one of the 350 plus MSPs that leverage Zerto as a DRaaS tool for their customers. You have just a full breadth and depth of options when it comes to deploying, leveraging Zerto from a disaster recovery and even migration standpoint. But what we're here for today and what we really, really want to dive into is being completely prepared for ransomware, and that is what you can do with the Zerto Cyber Resilience Vault. So the Vault, huge release, maybe within the previous year that both Zerto and HPE combined our forces and came out because again we hear a lot of these many different challenges from our customers about those evolving cyber threats that I mentioned before. Again, alongside all the other disruptions that they are just facing itself. But again, being prepared for ransomware really falls around these statistics here and why a lot of our customers are doing so. So yes, it's growing, it's evolving, it's getting more dangerous, people are doing so more easier. If you pay the ransom, yes, you might get your data back, but actually only 4% of people do, so that may be not as obvious as people think. It's very slow to recover in a more traditional, maybe sort of backup approach from ransomware, and I'll dive into that a little bit later in this presentation. But one other key topic is also, being safe, but also being compliant as well. A lot of organizations are seeing pressures from regulatory bodies, across the globe, not just here in the United States, in terms of protecting your data from ransomware and really putting the responsibility back on the IT team to keep all the customers safe for whatever they're protecting. So some of the challenges with cyber recovery overall, I like to call this the known unknowns of ransomware attacks. It's pretty much unpredictable no matter, what the attack is. And there's just so much variability that comes with each attack. You don't have a simple tool straight out the box usually that will allow you to address each of these problems. So, unpredictability of the attack, the attacks don't happen one at a time or in a sort of scheduled format. There's a lot of unknowns in terms of where exactly did a ransomware attack get in. That's known as the blast radius, and how can we determine that? Where do we recover from when we are attacked? And how much data can we actually lose, and what does that look like overall? So for a lot of organizations, those problems are very much prevalent, and what they are mandating more and more are these cyber vaults to meet these growing demands. So as I mentioned before, regulators, legislators, cyber insurance, right? We're seeing a growth of that within the industry, and it's going to be more so going down the line as these cyber vaults become more and more mandated. You need to protect your data with a data protection solution that is going to be rock solid and ironclad, and you always need that sort of last break the glass emergency option in case everything else fails. And again, this is why we are sort of seeing the more mandated cyber vaults happening today. So what does a really good cyber vault look like to prepare you for ransomware? Well, the Zerto Cyber Resilience Vault is an isolated, offline, and completely air-gapped solution that takes advantage of immutable data copies, so making sure that your data cannot be changed or altered in any format. And it's built on top of a zero trust architecture, allowing you the complete control of that break the glass environment without having to worry about bad actors infiltrating it overall. It's purpose built for cyber recovery, and it is the last option that you should turn to in the event of a complete disaster within your data center. The Zerto Cyber Resilience Vault at a very high level is these three things, and what its main claim to fame is, and I'll dive into a little bit of what the architecture is in the next few slides, but it's that fast, secure, rapid air-gapped recovery that you need in order to beat ransomware. So everything within it is going to check those boxes of complete and total security across the full stack of the total appliance, and is built on high-performance all-flash hardware, which is absolutely awesome, and you take advantage of that when it comes to recovering from the solution itself. It's full stack, so everything that you will get inside of the Zerto Cyber Resilience Vault is that truly isolated recovery environment built with a data vault zone next to it, again allowing for that unique zero trust architecture throughout. And you are basically having a secure environment that it's said that not even support can get into, right? This is your environment that you have control of, and when it comes to having to break that glass and bring your applications, everything back online, you have the power and control to do so. And with all of these things together, you're able to achieve that cyber resilience at a very low total cost of ownership, because you're not having to buy all these many different components and bring them together. The Zerto Cyber Resilience Vault is truly built on the best of breed hardware from HPE. So HPE ProLiant servers, HPE Alletra Array doing the immutable snapshots between the two sites, HPE Aruba networking connecting everything, and then Zerto doing the replication from the primary site to the landing zone. You have everything geared up for you to protect you in the event of a complete catastrophe from ransomware. So again, I sort of alluded to it already, but what does this architecture look like? You have your production environment running, you set up Zerto on it, and then you replicate everything over into the Vault landing zone. This landing zone, again, you have the encryption detection as it's going through, so anything funky that goes through, you'll be notified. And then once it hits that landing zone, we're taking advantage of the HP Electra immutable snapshots between each side. We are putting a air-gapped port-to-port direct connect on there, which opens and closes in certain intervals in order to allow that data to go through. And what we're now doing is allowing you to know that, okay, I have that pure, total, complete copy of my data that cannot be touched, cannot be changed, and is what we call immutable. And this is also including everything from the Zerto side of things, so you get that all back up online as well. All of this automated and orchestrated when you come to bring the solution back online, and it is very easy to operate from there. So let's very quickly go over what a cyber resilience recovery flow looks like. Let's say your production environment goes down. You head on over to the vault, select with apps and VMs you want to recover, select from the Zerto journal the clean checkpoint you want to recover from, test those points, and recover from the infected workloads. Now, if the landing zone goes down in the vault, this is where you have the control to head on over to the vault portion of itself, basically bring everything back online, and recover from the Zerto journal from a complete new state, right? Everything is clean, immutable, and you know it's from a good point in time. So us doing so with the Zerto Cyber Resilience Vault, just take a look at the statistics there. Based off of real life example, it is days versus hours of recoverability, and it is much less in terms of ransomware's impact to your total bottom line, as well as just every other statistic that you see on screen there. So the Zerto difference, to wrap everything up, it is a continuous data protection solution that uses our real-time encryption detection, journal-based recovery, and our application-centric approach to protecting VMs that are apps. We're operationally efficient, being software-only, built-in automation and orchestration, and we allow for a lot of non-disruptive testing, just easy to use overall. We're multi-cloud, as you've seen in that other slide, so you can replicate and move VMs between these multiple different vendors, as well as just places, and it's just simple and easy to use at scale. All right, if you want to experience the Zerto full experience firsthand, go ahead and check out some of these sites. Definitely check out the hands-on labs to get your hands dirty, and feel free to check out any of the other tools that you see there. But what I would really love to encourage you all to do is head on over and register for HPE Discover. I will be there from Edge to hybrid cloud to AI. We will be talking about a lot during that time, and I think the coolest thing overall is that Antonio will be the first I think speaker ever there to talk inside of the $2 billion+ LED Vegas fair there. I couldn't be more excited about that. So definitely register today, check it out, and sign up. All right, I'm very excited to be taking your questions. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Anthony. I'm excited. I always love chatting with you and picking your brain. So great conversation there, and so cool about Las Vegas. That sounds really interesting. I think I'm going to be there a week before, so I'm going to miss you guys. But anyway, everyone in the audience, we have got our second from final, our penultimate poll up. So if you're looking for any sort of information about Zerto and the HPE solution, just plunk your information in there. This is the best way to get exactly what you're looking for quickly after today's MegaCast. And I'm going to bring Anthony here live for some additional Q&A. Anthony, are you ready for this?
Yes, I am.
Okay, excellent. Well, thanks. We don't have a ton of time, so I'm just going to dive into it if that works for you.
Yeah, cool, man.
Okay. First question here is, does Zerto's anomalous encryption detection require extra licensing?
Ooh, that it does not. So that front end part, when we do the replication itself into the vault, we are obviously checking that the replication traffic for any anomalous traffic. And no, that is just built right into Zerto. Nothing you have to purchase.
Okay, excellent. And building on that, another one here says, can other security tools be easily integrated with Zerto?
Yeah, actually, we have open APIs using Swagger. So you can do everything from creating like custom checkpoints. Like, let's say you generate an alert in one tool and you want to, they have an open API. You want to connect that with Zerto's API and sort of tag those points that might look suspicious. Now you know where to roll back to using that other tool. So, yep, definitely open and integratable.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Next thing here I've got for you is, how is a Zerto Cyber Resilience Vault sized to fit our needs? So I guess, is this, indeed scalable across different sized teams?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do tend to try, when you do talk to like one of our team specialists, they will size the environment because that's good. We've been getting questions also in the chat about something similar to that. So it's basically size and spec'd out to whatever you're looking to vault. We do have these sort of shoebox sizes of like 100 VMs, 100 terabytes to start, because we've been seeing a lot of most people start within that space who are the large enterprises, and it does go all the way up to a petabyte. So yes, please go out, see what appliance is for you, and again, it's very much customized to your needs. But we do have these kind of shoebox sizes if you want to go that route.
Excellent. There's a question here about testing your tools. So Ash is asking, what are the different mechanisms that you opt to possibly perform a test of your tools?
Yeah, there are kind of a lot of different ways. In terms of testing Zerto itself, that feature is already built in. Our failover test feature is non-disruptive to anything else going on in your environment. So when you click that button, you can see live what a failover would look like and bring nothing else down in doing so. But yeah, if you want to test anything inside of the vault, it is, again, your environment. So feel free to layer on top of it other threat analysis tools that you might want to clean up anything inside of the vault with.
Excellent. Okay, something similar with that kind of, and maybe testing or backups. Oh, this one's asking, Matt is asking, can Zerto scan previous backups to determine the last good backup we could recover from? And I noticed you'd mentioned in the presentation was it TVR, PVR, dating yourself? I grew up with that as well.
Yeah, God, I got the gray hair and everything, man. It's just, oh my God. So yes, DVR like rollback. So yeah, we're not really doing like a backup itself. It's like a replica. And during that replica's replication time, we can see during that little weird anomalous spot where something might be encrypted. Zerto does tag that in the journal and say, hey, this looks weird. And then it literally tags maybe 2-3 checkpoints behind it and says, hey, here's our clean guy right here. Make sure you recover to this point at least.
And that's just ongoing. That's not,
Yeah. Nothing you gotta pay for. Yeah. Yep.
Excellent. Okay, question here. I think we have time for maybe one or two more.
Cool.
Dino asks, does the Zerto Cyber Resilience Vault support Hyper-V hypervisor workloads?
No, not at this time. It does not. Hyper-V is being brought back into the conversation a lot. Zerto does, and we do say we do somewhat support it. Do reach out to your Zerto rep to learn more about that if you are looking for Hyper-V protection.
Okay, excellent. Let's see. I want to make sure this is a decent question here for you. Okay, let's give it a go. Last one. So if you have solid backups and can restore your data after the hacker's attack, wouldn't we still be stuck paying the ransom to keep your data from being released to the public? Once paid, what prevents the hackers from releasing the information anyway? So maybe not so specific to Zerto, but something a client might ask.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point, right? So, like, heck, I already paid the ransom and they released it anyways. Very much a common occurrence that we hear. We have a particular customer where they they restored from back. They didn't pay the ransom, but they restored from a back. They did pay the ransom the first time because it took so long to restore from the backup or something like that, and they ended up exactly that same scenario. But when they were attacked again because they restored so quickly using Zerto, they didn't even talk to the person. So it's like, depending how quick you can get back on it, the best way is to just avoid it in general. So yeah, be as quick as as quick as you are to able to respond to it. You won't even be in that scenario in the first place.
Nice. All right, beautiful. Well, I'm gonna say that's kind of the end of our time here. But any last words? Anything to shout out? Or I know you mentioned a few upcoming events, but what do you want to leave the audience with today?
No, but I think you mentioned it there, right? Mackenzie, it's very, very cool. Definitely register if you can for HPE Discover. Again, Antonio will be doing his keynote in the sphere itself. I think the only thing cool would be if I was up there with him presenting a little Antonio squared, but I'm going to save that for later. Thank you all. And yeah, that's it.
Cool. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. And we'll see you next time, Anthony.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you, everybody.
Cheers. All righty. And with that, we do have, again, the handouts tab. You want to poke over into there. Zerto's got their solution brief. It is Zerto Cyber Resilience Vault is what it covers. And it talks about how to achieve rapid air-gapped recovery from a ransomware attack. I have another prize here to give away, and then we are going to have our 10th and final team wrapping this thing up in style. We've got a $300 Amazon gift card here going out to Kevin Buist from New Jersey. Reminder, you do need to be here live and active here on the MegaCast to win. And of course, we are going to reach out to you, Kevin, as well as all the other lucky winners on how to claim your prize after today's MegaCast. And with that, I'm actually going to bring on my fellow moderator, Jess Steinbach. Jess, how you doing today?
Hey, Mackenzie. I was just listening to that Q&A. It's so funny because Anthony and I were just on a different webinar together, and then we both left the webinar and came over to this event and got to hang out again. So I got like a full Anthony super pack today, which is just a great way to spend an afternoon, I must say.
I'm like a little bit low-key jealous here, Jess.
You should be, Mackenzie. Although I have to tell you, you have had one heck of a day. Holy, so many incredible speakers in one place. This is awesome.
Absolutely. No, this has been a great day. Lots of incredible knowledge, some great personalities, and here we are. We're going to bring it home. So
here we
with that,
are.
I'll let you wrap this up.
I gotcha. Mackenzie, go put your feet up. Take a well-deserved break. And actually, you know what, Mackenzie? Stick around and listen to this next talk because you're not going to want to miss it. But I'll let you rest your voice. You can sit in silence while you listen.
Okay, beautiful. I love it. Thanks so much, and take it away, Jess.
All right, my friends. Well, as Mackenzie said, we are here. We are at our very last session of the day. But as I always say to you, we never wind it down, right? We're never just fizzling off into the distance. We are ramping things up. We're blowing it up here. We're going out in style. We have a whole grand finale here for you because up next to bring us on home on this incredible MegaCast, on the very largest of MegaCasts, we are going to be wrapping things up with the Lacework crew. So our final presenters here with us to be at this wonderful grand finale, Tim Chase, Field CISO, and James Condon, Director of Security Research. Now, I know that you are all pumped to get into this conversation with Lacework, so I will step back and I will hand things on over to you. Take it away, team.
All right, everybody, let's go ahead and get started. Thanks for joining us today. We're going to spend a little bit of time talking about compromised credentials in 2024. I'll say that in the past couple of years, we've really started to see more of these attacks. And a lot of times, even if you don't know that it's a compromised credential when an attack or a data breach comes out, when you start to read more about it and kind of understand the root cause, a lot of times it is from a compromised credential. So we're going to spend a little bit of time today talking about these type of attacks. Go to the next slide. And we'll start with some introductions. We'll talk, James and I will introduce ourselves, and then I'll talk a little bit about what are compromised credentials. Like, why do we care? What are they? And what are the risks of those credentials? Like if they get compromised, why is that such a security risk to the person and to the organization? Then we'll switch it over to James, who will talk to kind of the anatomy of a credential compromise. What does it look like when one of these attacks happen? And then we'll kind of end it with some best practices and mitigations to avoid these type of attacks. And since I'm talking, I'll go first. My name is Tim Chase. I actually run our field CISO team at Lacework. Been here about 3 years, and I've been a CISO a couple of times in my past. And I have cloud and application security are kind of two of the things that are nearest and dearest to my heart. So I'm really excited to get to talk today about this particular topic. And then James.
Yeah, hey everyone, I'm James Condon. I lead the Lacework Labs team. Our team is primarily focused on researching and discovering threats to the cloud, and then building out detections within our product to catch them. I've spent my whole career in security, doing things like incident response, working in the government to investigate intrusions, and yeah, that's me.
Let's go to the next slide and start talking about like what is the actual definition of a credential? Like before we start talking about credentials being compromised and why that's bad, let's just kind of start at the very beginning and understand what a credential is. Obviously, one of the things, when you start learning about identity and you start learning about security in general, authentication is one of those core concepts that you have. So that you can understand whether you even should be logging into an application, and then obviously the authorization. What can you do when you get into an app? And so credentials are those things that recognize a unique user to know that this is who we actually think it is, right? And there are many different types of credentials these days. I think the most common one that we think about are like the username and password, right? Those have been around for quite a long time. And those are the most common credentials that we see kind of day in and day out in the life of a security professional, or just in the life of people doing work in the professional world. And so the role of password and usernames is pretty much the same. One of the changes that we have seen, over time, I've been doing security for I think almost 20 years, and like the passwords, for the most part, we tried to make them more complex. But the problem is that as computing has gotten more sophisticated, that even complex passwords are not as secure as they used to be. But also the number of systems that we have to log into has really grown. And so we really use usernames and passwords for everything. Like if you think of kind of the day in the life of what you use a password for, it's everything from logging into your email to logging into a cloud account to your banking account. They're just everywhere. And so we still use usernames and passwords, maybe with multi-factor authentication, obviously thrown in as an additional level of security. But, the usernames and passwords are still used to understand whether you should have access to something or not, right? And the average professional manages nearly 200 sets of credentials, which is just an astronomical amount of credentials to have to think about. I know that my brain probably could not handle, 200 sets of unique credentials. I can barely remember all of my children's names on a daily basis, right? And having to remember 200 sets of credentials is just nearly impossible. And then when you ask them to be complex on top of that, it makes it even more difficult. And so that's why we've seen people start to use password managers, reuse passwords. That's why credentials are such an important aspect, because not only do we have to use them so often, but a lot of times we tend to store them centrally, or we reuse passwords from application to application, or make them something that we can easily remember. Even when we have a complex password, we tend to make them something that maybe appends a birth date to it or a wedding date or something like that. That is guessable with enough time with someone who understands who you are. And so, kind of going into the next slide, the risk, right? So once somebody can get access to a credential, it's kind of like an all access pass sometimes, right? Once you get into the park, you have access to all the rides, right? Once you get somebody's credential, you can get in and have all the access that they have. If you compromise somebody's email account through their username and password, all of a sudden you can get into their email, and maybe you can get into all of their productivity applications where they have their budgets and their contact information shared, right? You kind of get this all access pass. And the same thing kind of happens, in a professional world. Maybe you're, a cloud, you work in the cloud and you're a cloud administrator and you get your credential compromised and somebody logs in. Well, all of a sudden they have, access to everything that you do inside of your cloud environment. They have access to the resources, to the permissions, the ability to add, delete, whatever you happen to have in your role or the compromised individual's role. They will be able to have that now too. And so that's why attackers go at this, right? We see this quite often with phishing scams. And once they have these, this is just kind of like an entry path into how they're going to continue to further exploit the environment. So if they get access into your cloud environment, it's kind of like a pivot point, if you will. And it's just a way that they maybe can explore to understand what they can do, what they can see, what data is available. So once they're in, it's just kind of a place for them to start and explore. And so, there are some common attack flows that we have once we get started. After we compromise our credential and we start exploiting those, we do see some common attack flows. And now James will walk you through some of those and then talk about how we can mitigate it.
Okay, great. Thanks, Tim. So I'm going to share some real world examples that we're seeing out in the wild. And usually the first question that comes on people's minds is, okay, how are these credentials, how are these identities being compromised? What's the initial access point? So there's a lot of different ways that this could ultimately manifest. One of the most common vectors that we see is like unsecured credentials. And what I mean by that is folks uploading these into GitHub and other public repos, or there being configuration files that are publicly accessible. Now, the good news here is there's been a lot of updates to things like GitHub where they can help revoke keys within AWS. But there's also a lot of other public code repos that these could accidentally show up in. And then in a little bit here, I'm going to give you an example of where these can be found in certain configuration files. Now, that's not the only place. We also see a common attack path, especially in AWS, where instances get compromised, whether it be a vulnerable application that leads to malware on the host. And then from there, they're either searching for credentials on that host or they're contacting a metadata service to get access. The other one is accessing the metadata service through server-side request forgeries on internet-facing applications. That's another common one. We're going to show you an example of that here coming up as well. And additionally, phishing and social engineering. So developers or admins being targeted and then tricked into giving up their keys, or their laptops being compromised and the attackers getting them from there. Now, there's other forms that we might not be super aware of because we're seeing a high volume of this activity. In some underground forums, there's initial access brokers where people will sell access to different accounts. We see a steady increase of access to cloud accounts. In those scenarios, we can't really determine how those were initially compromised. So the next question is, once an attacker has access, what do they do? So we'll be talking about this in the frame of your cloud service provider control plane. Typically, what we see after initial access is there's some discovery activity. Basically, they want to figure out what are the different privileges that the user has and what do they have access to. Now, from here, what we generally will see is they set up new users, and they do this in a way both to maintain access to the account, but also to look for workarounds to escalate their privileges. Now, once this is said and done, generally they move on to their objectives. Probably the most common one that we see is hijacking resources. In the example coming up, we'll talk about how they abuse AWS's SES to conduct SMTP, spam and phishing campaigns. We also see cryptojacking being a #1 target. Probably the most damaging scenario, though, is if they get access to intellectual property and other sensitive data that they can ultimately hold for ransom. All right, so now I'm going to walk through a couple real-world examples and how they unfold. Okay, so this first one is Androx Ghost. I need to give you a little background here to explain how we came across it. So here at Lacework, we do our threat detection with what we call composite alerts. Now, composite alerts is essentially taking a whole bunch of different weak signals and correlating them together. They're things that individually would be high volume to kind of triage on their own. But once we see common patterns occurring, we can alert on it. Now, when we were developing one of these for AWS compromised users, one of the first things that we found when we were doing our initial research was this threat called Androx Ghost. So the way that this works is the threat scans the internet for any sort of insecure Laravel environment files. Now, that's a PHP web framework, so we expect those to be public facing. Once these are found, they look for AWS SendGrid and Twilio secrets. Now, if they get access to AWS keys, then typically the first thing that they'll do is create new users, similar to how I described in the previous slide, and then start abusing SES so they can carry out spam campaigns, phishing, and so on. Now, in more problematic scenarios, the attackers could potentially get hands on keyboard and start accessing more sensitive data. Now, the really interesting thing about this story is when we first discovered it over a year ago, we saw a third of the environments that we were monitoring were being scanned by this threat. We were shocked and surprised to see that no one else was really talking about it at the time for how widespread it was. So we ended up publishing this blog that you can see a picture of here. And then in the coming months, we started seeing other people reporting on this as well. Now, over the past year, we've witnessed over 100 different instances of this, and it's become so prolific that the FBI and CISA recently issued a joint advisory warning about this threat. So that's one example of what we're seeing. Another example that's pretty interesting and will kind of tie back to the business use cases is the Capital One breach in 2019. So you might be wondering, okay, why are we talking about this old breach from 2019? And the reason is, despite that this has been around and known for a long time, we still see this attack path heavily used today with high success. So if you're unfamiliar with the Capital One breach, essentially the way it worked is there was a web application firewall that had a server-side request vulnerability, and the attacker used that vulnerability to access the instance metadata service. Now, this metadata service has a lot of different jobs to do, but one of them is giving credentials to instances so that they can do the work that they're intended to do. From there, they got access to one of the roles from the instances, and they were then able to ultimately get into S3 and get a bunch of cardholder information. So what this example shows is we've heard other stories similar to this But the risk of this is stolen intellectual property. You can imagine that there's potentially a lot of brand damage. There's a lot of relationship building and rebuilding that needs to occur after it. You can often have business downtime, which could affect your bottom line. Regulatory fines, loss of customer trust, those dovetail into those 2 points above. And then with the new SEC reporting guidelines, public companies have stricter reporting requirements for any incidents that they have. Okay, so let me show you how this is manifesting today. So if we rewind, we know that Capital One happened a little over 4 years ago. AWS was quick to develop Instance Metadata Data Service version 2. Now, version 2 mitigates these server-side request forgeries, being able to easily access that metadata service. But despite this, we've seen that a lot of different environments just haven't implemented this yet. Now, there's a lot of different reasons for that. One, it's not simple and easy to do. It sounds easy in practice, in theory, but in practice can be difficult to do. And then sometimes there's just gaps where the teams that need to know about this information just aren't very aware of how something like server-side request forgery, which might be like a medium level severity, and then using this version 1 of the API, those two themselves aren't too bad, but when you put them together, it creates a very toxic combination. So one of the ways that we've recently seen this manifest was October of this year. This one was interesting because we saw the same threat actor gain access to 12 different environments in a little over a week. And the method that they were using was similar to the Capital One instance. Instead of a web application firewall, this is Grafana. Now they were able to exploit a 3-year-old vulnerability. And obviously, we've known publicly that Instance Metadata Service version 1 can be insecure for the last 4 years. Now, the point that I want everyone to kind of take home with this is this same week that we observed and reported on this, there was a high severity curl vulnerability that came out, and it kind of dominated all the industry news cycles. So the irony here is a lot of people were focused on this new curl vulnerability, while we're seeing, large-scale attacks being carried out using a 4-year-old attack path with a 3-year-old vulnerability. Okay, so now that I've given you a couple of different examples, let's talk about mitigations. So the first one is rapid detection response strategies. The common theme I see a lot in the cloud today, and saw it in enterprise networks in kind of the earlier days, is there's a misconception that we can drive our risk down to 0. Now, that's not to say you shouldn't be doing any hardening, but the fact of the matter is the attack surface is very large, environments change very quickly, and attackers generally rise to a bar that's just a step above whatever their targets are doing. So it's almost an impossible task to think that if you put all your effort into simply risk mitigation, then you're not going to have these problems. So instead, what we recommend is making sure that you are taking time to invest in your detection and response. This will help you mitigate and contain these instances much quicker. Now, for example, we've had multiple customers who've received alerts for the Androx Ghost threat, and then they were able to quickly interdict this before the attackers are able to carry out their objectives. So the main point here is make sure that while hardening is important, you're building the muscle to respond quickly, and you can learn from those responses. The second thing is the role of the security teams. I think cloud security is pretty interesting in general. Most companies have kind of a different setup of who's responsible for what. But in general, we typically have security engineers focusing on hardening practices and making sure that their identities aren't overprivileged. And then you have some other teams that are ingesting the alerts and responding to the threats. Now, it's really important that both these teams are in sync, in lockstep. The response teams should be educating the hardening teams on the common attack paths that they should look out for. And then when there is an incident, one of the most important steps of incident response is, after everything has been cleaned up, is doing a retrospective. So doing these retrospectives will help you figure out, okay, how can we make incidents like this more difficult for the attackers in the future. And then lastly, you don't need to be experiencing security incidents to learn from what's happening. There is a lot of public information being shared about these type of breaches. So we recommend doing kind of a tabletop where you could take an example like Capital One or other recent ones, and then you look at your environment and say, hey, do we have a similar setup that could lead to this? And if so, how can we help mitigate that? Okay, great. So I want to thank you for taking the time out of your day to join us today. You can always reach out to Tim and myself via the emails here.
Well, thank you very much. And I feel like that went by really quickly. So Tim, can you send me, or James, can you send me your emails? I'm gonna post those in the chat because I feel like that went very quickly right at the end there. What a great presentation. Thank you so much to Tim and to James. That was just awesome. And here I'm putting in our next one. Okay, there we go. All right, so now you can reach out to Tim and to James if you wanted to follow up with them. But again, thank you guys so much for being here with us for such an awesome wrap to our MegaCast. That was a really wonderful and informative presentation. And I think a lot covered, a lot of really important action steps covered there, which is great because, hey, sometimes with ransomware, it can feel a little overwhelming, right? So it's nice to get those good action steps. Now, if you're looking for another action step, I've got one for you. You can click on your screen right there. You can let Lacework know what additional information you would like to get. So data sheets, or you're thinking white papers, more interested in a demo, whatever you have in mind, just click on the screen there and we will send that directly to Lacework. And so they will follow up and make sure you get the information that you're looking for. Another great way to make sure you get a little bit more info right now is to visit that handouts tab and again, get that ebook, Compromised Credentials in 2024. What it is, why it matters, and how you can avoid it. This is such an important thing to spend some time with. And it's a really nice, I love ebooks. It's a really well laid out, very, very visually appealing, very aesthetic. It's only nine pages, something like that. So it's like easy afternoon reading, right? You just pull that, print that out, put your feet up, sit back with some Compromised Credentials reading. All right, well, that is everything that we've got for you, which means if you're counting along at home, it is time for another prize giveaway. So we have a gift card and an iPad Air still in the wings. So I'm going to get to those in just a second. One last reminder, click on the poll, click on the handouts, and don't forget to get in those last questions. We are making sure that all the questions asked get sent on to the team, so you will get some follow-up from them. All right, our very last gift card number 10 going to someone here, live, present, and lucky at the MegaCast. And that special someone is Christopher Jones from Washington. Christopher Jones from Washington, congratulations. You have won a gift card. And we have an iPad Air going to Veronica Minton from Tennessee. Veronica Minton from Tennessee, congratulations. You've won that iPad Air. Okay, I'm going to read the full winners list. Here we go. Are you ready? Big, long, giant, awesome list of cool people taking away some cool prizes. We have an Amazon gift card going to Joseph Jules from Massachusetts, an Amazon gift card going to Rob Seidler from Pennsylvania, an iPad Air to Samantha Simmons from Tennessee, a gift card going to Chantel Prowse from North Carolina, a gift card going to Cy Crovey from Virginia, iPad Air going to Gilbert Marlowe. Gilbert, one of our regulars. Oh, that makes me so happy. I love that. Gilbert Marlowe from South Carolina. I don't get the winners ahead of time, guys. I don't know if you think I'm involved with picking the winners. I'm not. I see them in real time when you see them. So this is very exciting for me. I feel like I'm getting a big reveal here. Sean Rank from California. Patrick McBride from Delaware, also getting gift cards. An iPad Air going to Luis Lozano from Virginia. A gift card going to Nathan Torrey from Michigan. A gift card going to Miguel Miguel Hernandez from Puerto Rico, an iPad Air going to Joshua Clausen of Nebraska, a gift card going to Kevin Buist from New Jersey, and then a gift card going to Christopher Jones from Washington, and an iPad Air going to Veronica Minton from Tennessee. What a great winners list. That's amazing. So glad to see all of your wonderful names and know how happy you will all be when you get your wonderful prizes. So congratulations. Now, for those of you who submitted questions throughout the day today, just remember you are entered to win that $50 Best Question gift card. So we will be reviewing all the questions asked from each one of the sessions. We will follow up with you, so we will let you know if you have won that $50 Amazon Best Question gift card. Stay tuned for that. Okay, my friends. Well, I want to once again invite all of you to come hang out with me, to come talk to me, hang out with Mackenzie and I. We always want to hear from you. If you have a solution or a platform or an idea that you want to come and talk about on a MegaCast, an EcoCast, a summit, whatever you have in mind, send us a message. Let us know. You can reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. We definitely want to hear from you. So get those invites or those emails into us and we'll start that conversation. All right, well, with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I want to once again thank our incredible and all-star list of speakers from TierPoint, Zscaler, Know4, Rapid7, NetWitness, Rubrik, Cloudian, Pure Storage, Hewlett-Packard Enterprises, and Lacework. What an all-star cast we had here with us today. What an incredible MegaCast it's been, which of course means it is time for my biggest and most heartfelt thank you, which goes to all of you. A big special thank you and high five for attending this incredible MegaCast today, for asking some great questions. Mackenzie was messaging me throughout the day and telling me how wonderful you all were. I was hopping in and out and listening when I could, and I loved seeing the conversations coming from all of you. I'm so glad I got to join and be a part of to help wrap up this MegaCast even a little bit, because what a fun day it's been. And I'm glad I got to be here with all of you. So thank you so much for taking some time out of your day, really, taking that time to dig into these conversations. As I said, I know ransomware maybe doesn't always feel like fun to talk about, right? It's not a fun topic. It's a difficult topic. It can be a scary topic. It can be an overwhelming topic a little bit. But instead, when we take the time to step back a little bit. You can jump back if you want, but to step back a little bit and look at that big picture and really take the time to think about that planning ahead, the strategic approaches. Then we get to rest a little easy. Then it does actually become fun. It's kind of like we're playing chess, right? This is a game of chess or Risk. If you played Risk, I've never gotten through a game of Risk. I have to admit that. I also don't think I've ever finished a game of Monopoly. So maybe that's saying something about me, but we're planning ahead, we're thinking ahead, and then it can be a little bit more fun. It can be a little more strategic, and we can all learn from each other. So I'm glad that you guys took a little time out of your days today to come and join in that conversation. Adam, thank you very much for that high five. I appreciate that. Travis, I see you. Harry and Chris, some great high fives. Zach, thank you so much. Love seeing all the good vibes coming from everyone in our audience today. So happy to be a part of your day today. Well, speaking of which, come back and join us again Friday, April 19th. 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We're going to have an expert series, a best practice series. We're going to talk about securing and protecting Microsoft Active Directory. Now, obviously, for some of you, this is a hotspot. So make sure you come back and join us for this expert series Friday, April 19th. Again, that's noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Take a lunch break or a coffee break in the morning and join us for that expert series. All right, well, with that, I think I'm going to have to wrap it up and send you all on about your days. I know it's been a long one, and I hope that we'll all get to hang out again soon. And until then, well, I hope you all have absolutely beautiful ends to your days.